The Senate will come to order. Senator Disick.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will you kindly rise for the prayer? And following the prayer, members, we are going to jointly do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like for you to know, members, that today's chaplain is Reverend Jeff Hansen, who's retired from the Spirit of Hope United Methodist Church in Golden Valley. And as I mentioned, as another reminder, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you bow with me? Gracious God of all, on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, we do remember, and we acknowledge that human beings are capable of incredible evil and astonishing goodness. Because that is true, we begin intentionally today asking you, what is it that you have in mind for us as we gather here? Each of us has a plan, an agenda, desired outcomes for this day and the days to come. Does anything we seek to accomplish resonate with your voice? Do our plans have anything in common with your hopes for us, for this body, this state, this world? Do our agendas overlap in any way with your deep yearning and loving longing for your people, your earth and air and water, your creation and creatures? We have a full and busy day and session ahead, and we are anxious to do our work. But isn't it then a truly good thing, before we forge ahead, to pause for even this moment, to breathe deeply, to open ourselves to you and thus to each other, to our shared past and your blessed future, and simply, honestly, humbly ask, what is it that you have in mind for us today? Together, on behalf of all whom we serve, for the good of all. Let this question be ours through this day, and the answer be yours, spoken in and through us, this day and always. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members, for standing for the prayer and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Karan, Kroon, Kunesh, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, McQuaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuverbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senator Miller, Winona, Minnesota. Senator Pa, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. A quorum is present. Members, before we get to the order of business, I just want to make sure, well, it's twice that I'm going to make this statement. One is, I want to remind our guests in the gallery to please refrain from disturbing the Senate floor proceedings. No public outbursts are permitted in the Senate chambers. The only other reminder that I'd like to remind us of is we want to make sure that we are adhering to the long tradition and the richness of this body when it comes to having robust but respectful discussion. Even when it's something emotional, I would like for us to remember that we are standing on the shoulders of many who have come through these doors before us. And it's important for us to remember the calling from our constituents and remain, even in our speech, respectful, even in our dialogue, thoughtful, and even the way we look at each other, respectful. All right? So with that being said, I'm going to start with the Senate agenda, as I do at any other time. We are going to proceed to the to the fourth order of business, first reading of House files. I'm sorry, we will go to the fifth order of business. Members, there's one report to read at the desk, and I'm going to ask the Secretary to report that report.
Senator Klein from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Protection, to which was referred, Senate File Number 73, a bill for an act relating to cannabis, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass and be re-referred to the Committee on Jobs and Economic Development.
Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted with the exception of the report pertaining to the appointments, and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any discussion? The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunish, for those voting under 40.7. All those who voted, who had a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 29 noes, the motion prevails. Senator Disick.
Mr. President, I move that the committee report pertaining to the appointment be laid on the table, and I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any discussion? The secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. All those who haven't voted that had a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 44 ayes and 22 noes. The motion prevails. Members, we are now moving to the sixth order of business. The secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 4 and 33.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. Members, we will now proceed to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file number 26.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members, I am now proceeding to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills are listed on today's introduction calendar and are given their first reading and referred as indicated. There have been a couple of changes, so members, if you'll be so kind, you can look at the Senate bill introductions, and I'll note the changes. On page 2, Senate file number 844, that has been referred to the Committee on State and Local Governments and Veterans. Senate file number 845 has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. On page number 3, Senate file number 857 has been referred to state and local governments and veterans. And last but certainly not least, members, if you go to page number 7, you will see Senate file number 896 that has been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Members, as I mentioned earlier, we are on the eighth order of business, and the bills listed on today's calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. We'll now proceed to motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File number 3 on general orders be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senator Johnson, is this the very same motion that was made yesterday?
It is.
Is it House File 3 or House File 1? Which one, Senator?
Okay, House File 1, number 3 on general orders.
All right. Anything's changed between yesterday and today, Senator?
Actually, new information continues to come out on this particular bill, Mr. President, that I think our caucus and our state deserve some answers to. This was run through 3 committees. It was given minimal amount of time within those committees. It's missed significant committee jurisdictions, such as human services. This will have a huge impact, given the fundamental right that this will create, that our human service area will have to be paying for. It hasn't been analyzed by the Finance Committee, and now we're going to run it through on the floor after a short 4 weeks. Mr. President, I am very concerned about what this is doing to our institution, what it's doing to the process, and we deserve to have answers on this. And
Thank you,
continue
Senator.
to be rushed through like this, Mr. President. Let's take some time. Let's do this right. This is a huge issue for all of us, and that's why we're here today. Let's take the time and do this right.
So, Senator Johnson, sorry for interrupting. I wasn't trying to interrupt. Are you requesting a roll call?
No, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Dizik,
Mr. President, I request a roll call vote.
a roll call vote has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Abler, to the motion.
Thanks, Mr. President. I was actually thinking of doing a 4.4 motion later, but there is some new information and some information on the floor that was actually incorrect yesterday that I think the body should know about. Senator May Quaid suggested that every abortion is now legal under Doe versus Gomez, and actually I read it last night, Mr. President.
Senator, I'd like to make sure that I limit your debate only to the finance question, not necessarily
Mr.
to
President.
whether something is constitutional or not.
No,
If you'd be
this
so
is
kind.
absolutely related to the finance question.
Okay.
It is the policy of this state not to pay for elective abortions.
All right,
And
so,
so
Senator-
I would like to,
Senator,
yeah, go ahead, Mr. President. You're the president, I'm just the guy.
you are an important member, but
Thank you.
we want to
I
make
feel
sure
good.
that we practice what I just said earlier, right, which is decorum. You know that the decorum is, I want to make sure that I don't interrupt you unless I have a question, all right? And I'm just asking you, you're more than welcome to speak to the motion, but I don't want to get outside of that because we have a lot of work that we need to do ahead of us today. Senator Abler, with respect
Thank
to
you.
the finance motion that is on the table.
Very good, and I'm quite familiar with that, Mr. President, since I've done two myself. And we were so close to it being passed, only by one vote, Mr. President. So close. So I do have a question, Mr. President, before I say anything else. If I make an objection to Rule 4.4, then I can explain a few more items that I cannot explain in this motion. Is that right, Mr. President?
I'm sorry that I wasn't totally listening, but
well, let me repeat it, Mr. President.
only because I was distracted. So let me just say, I'm okay, Senator Abler, with you describing as to why you support the motion that has been presented by Senator Johnson around finance. If you're making a nexus between what you're saying and something that was presented pertaining to cost, that makes sense. But if it goes outside of that, Senator Abler, I ask that you do not do that.
Well,
but
thanks.
go ahead, Senator
Thanks,
Abler.
Mr. President. But so the discussion of a 4.4 objection about cost could be a little more broad. We could have a chance to explain a few more things. And so I think maybe I'll just urge members to vote yes, and I'll see you on 4.4. Thank you.
Okay. So to Senator Johnson's motion, a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Dizik. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Parr votes no. All those who haven't voted, who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. And remember, members, while a vote is going on, there should be no discussion at the front of the chamber. Senators? Senator Ress? That is a good time for me to remind everyone when a vote is going on, there should be no talking at the front of the chamber, please. Thank you. The secretary closed the roll, seeing that there's 33 ayes and 34 noes. The motion is not adopted, nor does it pass. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday, January 30th at 11 o'clock.
That is a non-debatable motion. Other than Senator Disick, if you're going to ask a question about whether there should be a roll call vote or not.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested and a roll call has been granted. There can be no debate on the motion. But yes, Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, point of information. Is the motion amendable as to time?
Senator Jaskowski, yes. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. To the motion that's been put on the table, which is motion to adjourn.
Mr. President.
A roll call. Is there someone talking?
Mr. President.
Is there a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Amendment, Mr. President.
State it one more time. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I move to amend till 12 o'clock Monday instead of 11 o'clock.
All right. So,
Mr. President, I'd request a roll call.
all right. So that's so. First of all, I think we got to deal with the motion, the amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Lucero,
Thank you. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
state your point.
Is the motion to amend a debatable motion?
No, it is not a debatable motion.
Not the underlying motion from Senator
I think
Johnson,
I
just to make
understood
sure.
you. I answered your
Okay.
question, Senator.
Thank you.
The motion to amend is, if we're talking about a motion to adjourn, from my understanding, is not debatable. Let me inquire. For clarity, is debatable only as to time. Is there a, let's see, Senator Westrom, are you requesting a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment? The amendment to the motion?
Mr. President,
He's talking. Senator Disick.
I do request a roll call on the amendment to the motion to adjourn.
A roll call has been requested. Roll call has been granted. Senator Jaskowski, we are talking about the, it's not debatable. We are talking about the amendment to the amendment that's been put on the table that we have to clear up first. So we can't take any other motions until we do that. Senator Jaskowski, do you have a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to discuss the time. We can amend as to time, or we can debate the time portion of this amendment, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that only the time can be debated, nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you remind us what the time factors are that have been proposed in the amendment?
Senator Jaskowski, the time that has been proposed is 12 noon.
Mr. President, I'm opposed to this amendment, Mr. President. We have been starting these sessions way too late. The amount of information that the majority is bringing through this chamber and the speed at what they're doing it is almost at reckless speed. And in order to help the majority out so that they can do a better job being diligent for the people of Minnesota, we need to start our sessions earlier. I really prefer something around 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. You know, like a friend of mine, Mr. President, says, you know, I only work half days, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we should practice something like that. So for that reason, Mr. President, I'm opposed to the amendment and actually would like to see us move it to something earlier. And upon disposition of this amendment, I may have another. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the motion to amend, on this discussion, I would seek the Senator Johnson to yield for a question.
Senator Lucero, we're talking about the issue of time, and so if it's related to time, fine. But members, I also want to call your attention to something. Under Masons, If you give me a moment, I want to just remind you of something, members. And what I had posted, unfortunately, once it got picked up, it moved from the page. So if you give me a moment, and then I will recognize you once I read this. Members, I just want to call our attention to something that I want to just caution us around. And this can be found in the manual, which is Mason's. And what it speaks to is whenever satisfied that a member is using parliamentary tactics to obstruct business, the presiding officer should not recognize the member. If we want to get to our business, I prefer for us to get to our business and for us to debate the issues that are before us. I do not want to use this, even though it is available, because we operate under Masons. And if you want to know what section I'm looking at section 180.2. So I want to caution us to using parliamentary procedure as a way to obstruct business. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would also caution the entire body to not question the motives of other members on that note. Mr. President, I was going to ask Senator Johnson to yield because I honestly didn't hear what the original time was, and I wanted to simply ask him what his time to his motion was, and then I honestly didn't catch what Senator Drazkowski's motion to amend was. That's a simple question.
So thank you, Senator Lucero. It's something I'm sure that we could ask our colleagues about that sitting next to us. But for this moment, Senator Johnson, will you be so kind as to repeat what your motion is, or I can have the secretary read the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. 11 a.m. Monday morning.
And just so we're clear, and then the next amendment that was put forth by Senator Westrom was 11 a.m. So the 11 a.m. is what is before the body. Noon? I'm sorry, noon. Sorry about that. Thank you for the correction. Any questions about the time? We're only talking about time. All right, a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. We're on the motion to adjourn for noon. The amendment to the motion is what we're voting on, which is for us to adjourn until noon. To change the time in the motion until noon. That is what we're voting on. I just want to make sure that we're clear. The secretary would take the roll. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Fa votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no. All have voted that has a desire to vote. The secretary, is there someone else? I'm sorry. Anyone else? I want to make sure that I'm not going too fast. My apologies. All those who voted who has a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 10 ayes and 55 noes. The motion is not adopted. We are now on the underlining motion from Senator Johnson. The secretary, a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. The secretary would take the roll. We are on adjournment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Parr votes no. I want to make sure everyone's voted. All those who voted who has a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. With there being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the motion does not prevail. Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a brief recess and ask for a roll call vote.
Senator Dziedzic moves for a brief recess until the call of the president.
Correct, Mr. President, and it should be hopefully not that long, maybe 30 minutes.
All right, and a roll call vote has been requested and a roll call has been granted. The secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Fa votes aye.
Senator Parr votes aye. All those who voted who has a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 16 noes, the motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess.
Mr. President,
Senator Dziedzic.
with the Democrats, we will caucus in room 303.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson.
Senate Republicans will be caucusing in 323.
Thank you so much. See you at the call of the president. The Senate will come to order. Senator Disick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Disick.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, I just want to remind you of a couple things again. I said earlier, and I just want to remind the body, we are going to talk about a topic that's important to all of us. I'm not doubting the importance of it, because it is very important. And I want to make sure that I'm providing as much of an opportunity for robust, sound debate to occur on the Senate floor. I would ask that each person refrain from any disrespectful behavior or anything that falls outside the bounds of what we think is appropriate as the Senate. I recognize that we have different experiences, but we are a body that's deliberative and thoughtful. So I just ask that even if we agree or if we disagree, we can still find ways to see each other's importance and value. To those who are in the gallery, I'm going to repeat that I want to remind our guests in the gallery to refrain from disturbing the Senate floor proceedings, and no public outbursts are permitted in the Senate chambers. Please adhere to Masons, both those of you who are on the floor and also the respect and adhere to my opening remarks that I've just indicated. Now, remaining...
Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please state your inquiry.
I will, Mr. President. Prior to the recess that we just had, you made mention of Section 180 in your admonishment to members regarding dilatory statements and motions. I would like to bring your attention to Section 180, paragraph 3, which states, and it recognizes that the presiding officer may properly refuse to permit debate on dilatory motions, as you referenced. But I would like to point out the word of caution in that very same paragraph that reads, the presiding officer should never, I'd like to emphasize the word never, suppress or refuse to entertain motions as dilatory or frivolous, merely to expedite the process. So just a word of caution that Masons offers to you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer, I was just conferring because I'm reading Mason's Section 180, and I'm reading the most recent edition, and this edition does not have a paragraph 3. But your point is well taken. This officer will be very thoughtful because it's my hope, and I always vow to make sure that individuals or members have an opportunity to speak no matter what I think about the soundness of the argument, because it's not for me to judge the soundness of the argument. And it's not for me just to expedite things, but it is for me to expedite things when I believe that someone is just doing or saying things in order to delay or to harass. We want individuals to be able to talk and speak to the issue, because I don't want to get in the way of that. But I'm also asking members not to get in the way of that, because sometimes if we're doing things that's not helpful to the debate, then we get in the way of debating the important issues that benefit Minnesotans. So thank you, Senator Limmer. I sincerely appreciate that as well. So with that being said, we are remaining under the order of business, a motion and resolutions. I'll call on Senator Dziedzic to designate special orders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made a special order for immediate consideration. And members, the special orders on your list is wrong. It's actually House File 1 that we will be taking up. Thank you.
And members, just for clarification, I noticed that in the special orders, it outlines Senate File 1 when it should be listed as, this is Senate File 1, but it should be listed as House File 1, because that is what we are debating, House File 1. With that being said, Senator McEwen, as the author to House File 1 for discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, fellow Minnesotans, it is my great honor to be the lead Senate author of the PRO Act, and I am very much looking forward to our discussion today about this important bill. Thank you. This past summer, we all experienced the decision that was handed down by the United States Supreme Court, in which the U.S. Supreme Court overturned decades of precedent in Roe v. Wade. For the first time, we saw our own Supreme Court actually move to retract and take away previously recognized individual human rights. This put our country at odds with our peer nations throughout the world. As we've seen dozens of nations over recent years act to expand reproductive rights and freedoms, and in fact, here in our own country, we are seeing a retraction of individual rights, a crackdown and oppression around rights. So it is with relief and with pride that we live here in the great state of Minnesota. Here in Minnesota, we hold dear that all of us have a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about our own reproductive health care decisions. That is what we believe in this state. We saw in last fall's election those values reflected when Minnesotans sent pro-choice, pro-reproductive freedom majorities to both the state house, to the state senate, and also re-elected pro-reproductive statewide offices, including our governor. So, Mr. President, we do now, here in session, have a duty to answer the call of Minnesotans to truly protect those reproductive freedoms, to enshrine them not simply in case law, but also in our statutory law. Part of what we've enjoyed in the state of Minnesota is that our own state Supreme Court, in a state decision, Doe v. Gomez, has found that we do have those rights. So again, these are our values. This is the practice in the state of Minnesota. This is what we believe. What Minnesotans are afraid of is to see potentially that what happened at the federal level with our U.S. Supreme Court could eventually in some future time happen here in Minnesota. The decisions of our courts, the upholding of our fundamental human rights, are only as strong as the judges who uphold them. God forbid that could happen here in our state against our values, but we do not know what the future holds. And those changes can happen, as we have seen at the federal level, very quickly. So we are asked and we are charged at this time to take those values, to take those practices, those rights as they are acknowledged now in our laws, in our case law of Minnesota, and in our state constitution, and further affirm that the legislature of the state of Minnesota also recognizes and holds that these are the laws of our land. We will not simply put our faith in individual judges to uphold our rights. We will also enshrine those rights into state statute. That is what the PRO Act does. So, members, we have had a period here where the PRO Act has moved through committee. It has been through the Health and Human Services Committee. It has then had a robust hearing in state government. It then moved to the Judiciary Committee, and all three of those committees had proposed amendments brought, had robust debate, and were passed through committee, and now we have the bill on the floor. So many of you have seen the content of the bill. You have had an opportunity to raise questions or bring up discussion about the bill, and we have had some good discussions around that. As you know, the bill is quite simple. It's a very short bill. It's about 1 page, and it very simply, again, codifies what is currently the law in the state of Minnesota. that individuals have a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about their own reproductive health care. It sets forth a definition of reproductive health care, an acknowledgement of our understanding of what reproductive health care is and contains, and the bill also contains a subdivision ensuring that Minnesotans won't also be at the mercy of a city council, a township, if there are certain elected officials locally who would decide that they wanted to restrict that individual Minnesotan's right under the PRO Act. They are explicitly forbidden to do so, and they are, in fact, again, under current law, under our case law as recognized now, Mr. President, also municipalities, local governments cannot act in that way. But again, this is a codification under our statutes, a recognition of the importance of these individual rights. And one of the things that I think is really important for Minnesotans to know is the fundamental part of the PRO Act is to say your government is not going to stake a claim and take a side in some of these very hard fundamental debates, ethical questions, values, decisions. What the PRO Act does say is that politicians, any politician, has no right to take their ethical decisions and values and to decide for you that you also will have to abide by that politician's personal beliefs and values. It says, in regard to matters of reproductive rights and freedom, the state of Minnesota recognizes that those decisions are to be entrusted to Minnesotans, individual Minnesotans, to make those decisions based on their own values, their own ethics, and in consultation with their medical providers and trusted family and friends. So, Mr. President, it is with great pride that we bring this bill to the floor today, and I look forward to a respectful, healthy discussion about this bill, about these issues, and I will stand for questions and discussion. Mr. President, thank you.
Are there any discussion?
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we begin with amendments, I just want to briefly lay a foundation for the work that we're going to be doing in the Senate today, if you allow me to do such. HF1, the PRO Act, Democrats' top priority this session, is a bill that cuts to the heart of Minnesotans. It's an issue that has stoked intensified discussion over the last 50 years. In fact, I bet that a lot of us got to the places we are right now because of this particular issue. Needless to say, the debate today has profound consequences on all Minnesotans. The issues ranging from bioethics to gender discrimination to family dynamics, state and local budgets, demographics, and many, many other considerations are wrapped up in this particular bill. But despite the implications of this legislation, Senate Democrats have fast-tracked this radical bill through committees, bypassing other critical committees, and bringing it to the floor early in the session. And this is without a single accommodation for Republican concerns within the particular bill. A casual observer watching the committees and watching the floor session might get the impression that Democrats were given an overwhelming majority and the ability to ram this radical and fundamental bill through that affects everyday Minnesotans. Today we are not just codifying Roe v. Wade or Doe v. Gomez, as the author has indicated. We are enacting the most extreme bill in the country regarding youth sterilization, late-term abortions, and public liability for a vast array of new reproductive rights. This is only the first bill of a series of radical bills that will destabilize your electricity, add enormously to your tax burden, and compromising our national security and public security, or election security. All this with just a one-seat majority, folks. Or putting that more precisely, in some districts that's 170 votes that flipped one way or another. Today, Minnesota Senate Republicans will demonstrate through a series of good faith amendments the significant and devastating shortcomings of this bill. With so many holes in this particular piece of legislation, this will take some time, but we are willing to do it because Minnesotans deserve to know the true nature of this radical bill. So with that, Mr. President, we'll begin today's debate so Minnesotans can see what this bill really means to their lives. And I did see Senator Abler jumping up, so I know he's ready to go.
Any discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. The bill's author talked about the most recent election and what the outcome of that election means, or what the people of Minnesota were saying when they cast their votes during that election. And as somebody, like many of you in this chamber, I'm sure did, knocked on a lot of doors and spoke to a lot of constituents, you heard their very valid concerns on this issue, whether they be pro-choice, pro-life, whether they be in favor of abortions at any given time or not. The overwhelming sentiment that I heard from constituents and people all across the state through having conversations with my other colleagues, those both on my side of the aisle and on the other side of the aisle, and what many surveys and questionnaires inform us about is that most folks find themselves kind of somewhere in the middle on this issue. If we're looking at the issue of abortion on a spectrum of those who aren't comfortable with it in any circumstance, and those who are comfortable with it under any circumstance, what you would find is, especially as it relates to the state of Minnesota, that most folks are kind of right in the middle. Yeah, they might be in favor of some options and choice that make a lot of sense, especially when it comes to the health and the well-being of the mother, the woman. That makes a lot of sense. We're compassionate toward that. But they also know and understand that there might be a certain point of time that it makes sense to give true consideration to the life of that child in the womb who has yet to be born. And I remember the campaign commercials that took place because they generated a lot of questions from folks at the door. And most people were responsive to the sort of understanding that, when we look at this issue, when we look at the issue of abortion, we certainly want to minimize it if possible, but if we need to get realistic and be reasonable about exceptions, whether it be rape, whether it be incest, whether it be the life of the mother being in jeopardy, that's what most folks were supportive of. And they sent us here, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, to seek compromise, collaboration, and solutions that were for the betterment of all Minnesota. And we made commitments to honor that. And so, Mr. President, I would ask if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't ask this question to be inflammatory. I don't ask it to be bombastic. I just truly, genuinely want to understand if this is where the Democratic caucus and the Senate truly think that the people of Minnesota are. And my question is this. Do you think that when folks cast their ballot in November regarding this issue, they did so understanding and with the desire and intent to see a law that is essentially a free-for-all when it comes to abortions become state statute in Minnesota?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth. With respect, I think there's a misunderstanding about the bill. As you said well, I think, there are many people who have a lot of mixed feelings about abortion in particular. And you characterize it as sort of a coming down in the middle somewhere. And I think what this bill recognizes is that's okay. We all know that. But what Minnesotans believe is that that is the fundamental right of an individual person to make their own reproductive health care decisions, to be able to do that safely, to be able to have that fundamental right recognized and enshrined. As it is currently, we have these rights already. This is the state of the law in the state of Minnesota. So, as I said, I believe there's a little misunderstanding perhaps about what the bill does. And what I do feel very, very confident of is that Minnesotans asked us, their elected officials, to make sure that their individual autonomous rights to make their own reproductive health care decisions are protected for real, and that those rights wouldn't be at the whim of some rogue future court. So, Mr. President, Senator Duckworth, that is what the PRO Act does. Again, it does not change the law currently as it is in the state of Minnesota. What the law does is enshrine into state statute the rights that Minnesotans already enjoy, the rights that our courts already acknowledge that we have. What the law does is provide protection in the event that we would have a swift change in court makeup and some judges, some politician would decide, you know what, individual Minnesotans, I think I know better than you. I'm going to tell you what you have to do in such and such situation. The law says, the law keeps politicians out of those fundamental decisions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. I understand that the state court here in Minnesota has made a determination on this issue, and it has sort of been the law of the land in this state. And I would agree with you that when Minnesotans cast that, when many of them cast their ballot in November, they were letting us know that they thought that having considerations for the health of women were extremely important. But I think in what you described, you might also be ignoring, or what this bill might be ignoring, is the fact that those Minnesotans also had something else that was extremely important to them on their minds when they cast that ballot. And that was that when it makes sense, there would be safeguards, there would be safety rails put in place regarding a law that were to come forward, and that we would find a way, especially so late in a pregnancy, to try to safeguard and protect life. I don't think many Minnesotans cast that vote, if this was their issue, with an all or nothing expectation. I think they were relying on us as elected officials to strike a reasonable balance. And I know it sounds strange to use the word reasonable balance when we're talking about people's reproductive rights and we're talking about life. For some folks, it's black and white. But what's incumbent upon us as a governing body is to help people find the middle ground between what is often black and white issues for some folks. That's what we're attempting to do. This bill does not do that. This bill is an all or nothing. And I think it's true, there is some misunderstanding regarding this bill. I keep hearing repeated over and over again, this bill already codifies what's in law. Well, folks, if it's already codifying what's in law, what are we doing here debating it? That to me would lead me to believe it's not relevant. If it's simply codifying what's already law, then what's the need for the bill? And I know that will likely get debated throughout the course of the day. But I also want to be very clear to the people of Minnesota. As we have this conversation today, as we debate this bill, and as we bring forward very reasonable safeguards and suggestions to it that do attempt to honor the spirit of the bill and also honor the value of life, it's important that you understand that when you hear statements like, this doesn't really change much, it's already codifying what's in state statute, you have to know and understand This is not the only bill that has been introduced in the Minnesota legislature regarding abortion, regarding safe measures that have to do with protecting life, ensuring that parents are informed of what their children are doing. There's another bill moving through this body. There's another bill moving through other chambers in the legislature that seeks to do far more and seeks to actively repeal much of that law in state statute. So I'll wrap up by saying this, Mr. President. If we're going to have this debate today, let's at least be honest about what we're trying to accomplish, what we're intending to do, and just how far-reaching that legislation will be in its totality. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you know, Senator McEwen, oh, the mic's not on.
Senator, is your mic on?
Yeah. Hello, hello.
There you go.
Is it on?
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. You know, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, I appreciate your perspective, but I do have some concerns about when you say, is it coming across? Oh, all right. How about this? That's better. Okay, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, you know, you say autonomous decisions of reproductive rights. You know, my concern is, and experience is that when I read your bill, it has very little protection for the exploitation of women. And what I mean by that is, you know, I did 13 years of jail ministry and also 16 years on the school board. And during that time, you find out from ladies their own testimony that they were coerced or encouraged to have an abortion, either by their boyfriend or by an older male, especially with young girls, by an older male who got them pregnant, unfortunately. So when I read your bill and I think about my experiences, having seen and talked to women who have been sexually exploited and have much regrets about it, I see you just are opening the door for older men, especially, or boyfriends, so-called, who are simply using their girlfriend for their own personal pleasure and then want to kill the results. So my question for you, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator
Okay, thank
Gruenhagen.
you. Thank you, Senator McEwen. My question for you is, where in the bill that you have here, Senate File 1, is there any type of protection for young ladies and women from being sexually exploited and coerced, many times against their will to a certain degree, about abortion? The idea that it's an autonomous decision, I think, is really got a lot of flaws to it. I won't call it an outright lie, but it's pretty close to it based on my experience and conversations with women who've actually had an abortion, coerced and sometimes paid for by men. So if Senator McEwen would yield.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, for the question. I appreciate very much your concern about exploitation of women in particular, and I would presume pregnant people in general. I would say that in response, of course, anytime a person is coerced, a pregnant person is coerced in any way to make a decision that goes against what their own personal autonomous decision would be, that's terrible. That kind of abuse is wrong. And Senator Gruenhagen, there are laws and protections that are already in place in statute that go toward the concerns that you're raising. The PRO Act doesn't change that. In fact, it reinforces that this person who your concern is for, who you are expressing that concern, that it is that person. It is that person who has the right to make the autonomous decisions, their decisions about their own health care. So the PRO Act doesn't change that, and I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that response, Senator. I think we agree it's horrific, and yet, you know, you say that there are other protections in law against that, but yet, when you call your bill a fundamental right, you're sending a message, especially to a certain percentage of men who want to exploit women, to do just that. So I would encourage you, either through the amendments that will be coming up, or even as you look at this bill, to add some protection for young ladies and women who are being exploited sexually and being coerced into kill their unborn child. It only makes sense because you're trying to override so many current laws the way this bill is written by calling it a fundamental reproductive right, and yet I think you're sending the wrong message to certain men in terms of their abuse and use of young ladies. Thank you, Mr. President and Senator McEwen.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, again for your concern in those remarks. And I just wanted to point out, I think we heard a little bit of an example there in the language that you used, Senator. You said that you were very concerned that a young woman, the example that you were giving, would be coerced to kill their own child. And I just wanted to point that out, that what the PRO Act does is set forth exactly that the person who would be making the decision about how to proceed with the pregnancy, that it is their fundamental right to make the autonomous decision about how to proceed. So your concern actually is addressed in the PRO Act in many ways, because what the PRO Act says is the government's not going to come in, is not going to coerce anyone to, as in your view, kill their own child. They're not going to coerce you either way. That decision is going to be made by the individual, that they have a right to make that decision. And yes, they should be protected if they're experiencing abuse in a relationship, absolutely. And there are laws that are geared toward that, and again, the PRO Act doesn't change that. Actually, it enhances protection for people in those situations. Thank you.
Members, I just want to remind us as well to make sure if you have an amendment, we certainly want to hear that. We have a mountain of amendments here, and we want to just make sure staff has enough time to find whichever amendment that you're going to present. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that response and acknowledging that it is an unborn child that's being killed. I appreciate that. But that does not change the intent of the bill. You're creating a fundamental right. And people who read this bill aren't going to see any restraint legally or a consequence of exploiting young ladies and women into sexually exploiting them and killing their own child. So, Senator McEwen, I agree with some of your comments. It's horrific for men to do this, a certain percentage. But the point is, your bill sends a wide open message, continue, and in fact, you'll see more of it if something like this would go into law. So please put some language in there to protect women who are being exploited by their so-called boyfriend or men to kill their own child. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have a few comments, and there is an amendment at the end of this discussion. Well, it's today. Here it is, the bill that we've been talking about for so long, and I think we're going to have quite a discussion about it. And I do appreciate, Mr. President, what you said about tone, and I think the tone has been respectful on some of this where it strikes to the very core of our souls about how we think about life and protections, and after viability, what happens, and is there protections there, and so on. So I have a few comments, I have a few questions, and then I'm going to offer an amendment or two. I would just, to start out, I have to say, the slogans that go around this bill, abortion is health care. I'm going to tell you, in my view, abortion is not health care. I'm going to say abortion is abortion. And then you have to take responsibility for what that means. And this bill, with all respect, Senator McEwen, does not simply codify Roe. It creates a fundamental right to abortion, which is kind of the point of Roe. But it goes beyond that. It creates a fundamental right to contraception, a fundamental right to sterilization, a fundamental right to preconception care, a fundamental right to maternity care, a fundamental right to family planning and fertility services, and a fundamental right to counseling regarding reproductive health care. Roe did not anticipate any of that. And furthermore, it talks about an individual. And so I'm not going to read the list again, but it creates a fundamental right of any person in this state, man or woman, young man, young girl, woman, young woman, to any of those as well. And given the current state of affairs between the Ramsey County judge's decision this summer, which, by the way, is under appeal, so it's not unconstitutional, he said it was, and but it's being appealed. With the combination of all that, you have a proposed piece of legislation that, in fact, does do nothing to protect against any of the harms that we're very concerned about. And it does need some guardrails because it is without guardrails. On the side of this bill is a cliff, like when you go through Hawaii on some of those winding roads you look down like, holy cow. There are cliffs, there are edges which are very dangerous that this bill has, which I have some amendments to maybe add some guardrails, and others do as well. And so the name of this bill is the PRO Act, and it sounds like kind of a cool name, pro, like pro-team, protect, and you can make up acronyms about it. But what it really is, it's abortion on demand for all. That's what it is. So let's not mince words. So abortion being abortion, you can take your particular view of how you want to handle that. But this bill guarantees that for all, to anybody. And that's a concern I have. That's a great concern. And Senator McEwen, I was appreciative of our dialogue in the committee when you came to us. And I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. So one question that you didn't want to answer then, but maybe you thought of an answer for today. Senator McEwen, if you will yield, Mr. President, I have a couple of questions.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Abler.
All right, so the question I had in committee was, when does an unborn baby become a person?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler. Thank you for the conversation that we've had in committee around the bill. As you'll recall, I did have a first reaction when you asked me this question in committee, that was really around the idea that it seemed almost irrelevant to me with the bill. Sorry. It seemed almost irrelevant to me in regard to the bill. But as you'll recall, I did want to circle back, and I did offer a little bit more detail of what I wanted you to understand, and I'll repeat that here. And that is that's a great question. It's an important question. And I think that different Minnesotans have different answers to that question. My answer to that question might be different than your answer to that question, might be different from Mr. President's answer to that question, et cetera, et cetera. And those beliefs are probably based on religious beliefs we may hold, spiritual beliefs, our own ethics, our own values, our families' experiences, our own experiences. And those are some of those fundamental questions. But what I do know is that what this bill does is make sure that not any single one of us gets to take what is our decision about the answer to that question, how we have decided that answer, and then to impose that answer on any individual Minnesotan. I don't get to decide the answer to that question for any individual Minnesotan, and you do not get to answer that question for Minnesotans. So again, this bill truly goes back to trusting Minnesotans. We trust Minnesotans, we trust our doctors and caregivers to make these decisions, as they are now, as they do currently. So thank you very much, Senator, for asking those profound, important questions, and thank you, Mr. President.
And Senator Abler, is there an amendment that you'd like to offer now, at least so that we can report it and you can continue to talk about it as well?
Certainly will. If you want the amendment, I'll offer the A51.
A51, Senator Abler offers the A51 amendment. We'll have the Secretary read the A51 amendment, and then you can continue, Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And just as a note to each person, if you'd be so kind as to introduce your amendment just so the front staff has the time in order to find it, okay? So it's no disrespect, and then we can keep moving debate forward and be efficient. Senator Abler, to the A50.
The Secretary has to offer.
I'm sorry, he needs to report it. I was too fast there. The Secretary will report the A51 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A51 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This has to do with the unclarity about what services are actually covered. Is it that list or more? But I do have a couple questions to build my foundation for that amendment, Mr. President. So at least now you know what we're going to work on pretty soon. And I would like to point out to the body that there are two terms that are useful here. One is life, and one is personhood. And I'll come back to the life question, but personhood is a term where the state steps in to declare a person has a certain amount of protections, rights, etc. There's a provision in law that's called the Born Alive Law that says if the individual survives an abortion that fails to terminate the individual who's being aborted, that the minute they're out, they have the rights ascribed to a person. And so in that case, it would be in the range of perhaps 23 weeks or in that time frame. Messiah O'Leary was unfortunately killed just in the last few weeks, horribly, tragically. The mother and baby died. But his injuries were not due to being directly injured in the murder by gun, but as a result of the mother's passing. And so there were charges of some kind of homicide just charged lately against the perpetrator there, based upon the fact that Messiah was a person while inside of his mom. We also agree that a person's a person, one of these individuals is a person, if a drunk driver should happen to tragically kill a pregnant mother and her unborn child, they're ascribed personhood. And it is the duty of us as the group passing protections for people to decide when indeed they are a person, and it's highly relevant. And so I'm disappointed we haven't got a little better answer than that. Would Senator Murphy yield for a question?
Senator Murphy, will you yield for a question? Senator Murphy will yield for a question. Senator Abler?
Oh, thank you. And Senator Murphy, you have been just a champion of human rights for as long as I can imagine. You have been to rallies, you have been everywhere, running across the state, defending people that you believe need to have their human rights protected, and I admire you for that. I admire your passion, your zeal, and your tirelessness. And I was just even reading you on Twitter, which is why I happened to think to ask you this question. And so in last year's legislation, I don't remember who all the co-authors were, but in that piece of legislation, the corollary to this one, one of the provisions of that, which is not in Senate House File 1, removed the human rights from the unborn child, which I think is an improvement on that bill to this. But Senator Murphy, would you mind telling me when you think an unborn child acquires human rights?
Senator Murphy, to the question.
Thank you, President Champion, and thank you, Senator Abler. I am grateful to be a part of this body and a part of this important discussion today about us, about our autonomous rights and our ability to make private medical decisions for ourselves. I believe that Senator McEwen's answer about the question of life, when it begins, all the variation, religious belief, ethical perspectives is right. It's complex. And I don't know that my single answer would reflect the richness and the complexity that the American people feel about that question. But what I do know is passing House File 1 today will ensure that every person has the ability to make private medical decisions for themselves, which I believe is a fundamental human right, and that's why I support this proposal.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and you were hoping we would just not delay things, but I appreciate both answers to those questions, which in fact did not answer the question. And I believe it is a duty of government. It's a good thing, it's a bad thing sometimes, but one of the beauties of government is we protect those who need protection. And I hope as the course of the day goes on, some of those opportunities to put some guardrails around here to, in fact, protect those individuals who I believe do possess certain inalienable human rights. And I just thought of an example which I hope it's productive. It's not a very emotional one, Mr. President. But I remember spending some great summers at Bay Island and with my family when I was very young. And there was some swampland there, and we would look at the murky water, and I would see, frog eggs, and I would see tadpoles swimming around. And a tadpole is not a frog. We all agree to that. But a tadpole is a tadpole. And I think part of the question that would help us answer this question is, when does a tadpole become a frog? And is a tadpole alive? And so maybe I'll leave that aside for rhetoric. But I do believe that if I was I was like 5, 6 years old, and it just was great times in the sun and the beach and all. But if I would have taken those tadpoles out of the water and put them on the beach to dry out, I think my mother would have been very unhappy with me because she would say, don't do that. Why would you want to harm those tadpoles? But they're not frogs, but they are something. And so eventually, and I was looking up, we're not going to solve when life begins, but I think we had darn better decide when that individual who's inside the mother gets protection. And we already know at 23 weeks, if it's born alive, there's protections there. So, Mr. President, that's just some food for thought. So with that, I will take up the 51 amendment, Mr. President. And so the amendment talks about, but it's not limited to this lengthy list. And so I just need some clarity to know what we are going to cover under this bill. And I wonder if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
She will yield to a question. And Senator Abler, and this is to your A51 amendment?
Yes, it is, Mr.
question?
President.
Senator Abler.
So we're moving along. This is success. So there are some services that are available, this not included as. Would that include the reversal of a sterilization somebody got, if they wanted to get that reversed?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. When we're talking about specificity here, I think what it goes back to is that trust component. We're trusting doctors and individual Minnesotans to make these decisions, that the individual has a right to make those individual decisions about their reproductive health care. And part of what was important is to go ahead and place into the statute a recognition of what some of those pieces that constitute reproductive health care are. I'm not a medical doctor, and here we do have some medical doctors amongst our colleagues, and we're grateful for their expertise as well. But most of us are not medical doctors. And that sort of goes back to the point of the bill. That is to say that sometimes with these medical decisions, number one, we shouldn't be inserting our layperson descriptor of what all of the potential medical pieces would be around reproductive health care. I mean, reproductive health care could include other things that you couldn't come up with, I couldn't come up with. We'd have to do a real in-depth look at with OBGYNs, doctors, caregivers around reproductive health to come up with a exhaustive list, but then we might leave something out too that's very legitimately included as part of what the definition of reproductive health care is. So respectfully, I think it again goes back to the point of the bill, and that is that politicians truly do not have this expertise, should not presume to have that expertise, and therefore we should have a definition of reproductive health care that reflects more of a layperson understanding of what that is and includes language that opens the possibility that we do not have all the answers. So thank you.
Senator Abler, are you requesting a roll call, Senator Abler? Also?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for
a roll call has been requested. Yeah. A roll call has been granted. Senator Abler?
We're moving to get the check on the roll call box. We're moving along, Mr. President. But Senator McEwen, this wasn't meant to be a hard question. It's not my bill, it's your bill. And if it becomes law, the insurance companies in the state of Minnesota is going to go like, what do we do with this? What is not limited to include? Brain surgery? Probably not. But I would have thought you would have said, yeah, it should include the reversal of a sterilization that somebody had. That seems like reproductive health care to me, so I'll just help you with that. Let me try another one with you here. So let's say a person is in prison or in some institution that they've voluntarily gone to, and they decide they want to become sterilized. They want to get their tubes tied, they're trying to get their life together, they want to do whatever. Would that be something that would be allowed as reproductive health care, that they could get that while they're in institution? Oh, would Senator McEwen yield for the question?
If Senator McEwen would yield? Is that your question, Senator Abler?
Yeah, I can repeat it if you want.
Senator McEwen, she will yield. Senator Abler, to the 851 amendment?
Well, no, okay. If a person is in prison or in some institution where they're receiving treatment for something and that little time on their hands, and they think, well, this is a good time to get this done, is that something that would be covered under reproductive health care? You mentioned sterilization, so would where they are at the given time affect their ability to get a sterilization while they're in prison for 3 years doing something?
Senator McEwen is going to provide a brief response.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Again, the PRO Act does not change what is currently in law, in as much as there are provisions that provide different health care programs for people. What this law does is, again, codify what is already recognized as the law in our state. That is that people have a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about their own health care.
And Senator,
thank you.
Senator Abler, there's others who wants to speak on the 851.
Well, in a little bit, Mr. President. I have the floor, and I'd like to continue my querying. And I'm surprised these questions are so hard to answer. I would think since it says sterilization, it wouldn't matter where they were. This is her bill, Mr. President. I'm not trying to even give her tricky questions. So, Senator McEwen, if a person got pregnant, I'm just trying to define the term reproductive health care, which is a fundamental right. This is not just, it's a listed service you can get, but you have a fundamental right to all this stuff. So does a person, if they want to deliver early, like before 39 weeks, would that be allowed? Is that part of reproductive health care as well, the fact that they want to deliver before 39 weeks because their vacation works out better and they just want to, it just fits better with their life and they think the baby will be fine? Does that cover that under reproductive health care?
Senator Abler, are you asking?
Oh, with the Senator McEwen yield. I apologize, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. To that question, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the PRO Act does not change what is current practice in regard to these medical decisions. Thank you.
All right.
Senator Abler.
I just have one more question about coverage. And so then, I presume the answer, this is an easy one, so you can just say yes. But so does this cover, like there's therapeutic abortions, you get because your life is in danger or some peril or the child is not living inside of the mother. And there's rape and incest. But then there's elective abortions that people get, and about half of them are people just aren't ready for a child. So if a person is not ready for a child, is that also part of what your bill covers under a fundamental right to reproductive health care?
Senator Abler, are you asking Senator McEwen to yield?
Mr. President, would the Senator McEwen care to yield on this question?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator McEwen, to that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Again, the PRO Act does not change current medical practice in regard to the way that things are being done currently. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to summarize this. And so I totally expected that a reversal of voluntary sterilization would be under reproductive health care. I totally think that a baby coming before 39 weeks would be reproductive health care. I totally thought elective abortion was reproductive health care, and sterilization of a member in an institution would be reproductive health care. And so, Mr. President, those are currently not paid for in medical assistance. And so this bill makes those services a fundamental right. And so if they're a fundamental right, Doe versus Gomez said that the MA population has the right to abortion, and now we're going to add all these fundamental rights. And so, Mr. President, I would offer an objection to this bill under Rule 4.4 based on the fact that this costs money. These services are not free. We have a fee-for-service program, we have a Minnesota Care program, and I would like to challenge it on that rule basis, Mr. President. Thank you.
Give me one moment. Senator Abler, there's no objection available under the rule you cited. Senator Aaron McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to offer the A203 amendment to the amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the 203 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McQuaid.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your point.
My discussion under Rule 4.4 says all bills appropriating money or obligating the state to pay or expend money will require an expenditure of money, and I offered a legitimate objection based upon the Senate rules that we've talked about, and to say, oh, it doesn't apply. I was told it could not apply when the bill is on the when the bill is on the calendar. But Mr. President, and I did not yield the floor after that. So I still have the floor, Mr. President, and I would like you to rule on that, and then I would have the floor after that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abler. Senator Abler, the appropriate place for the bill referral is under motions and resolutions, and this particular action that you are requesting has already been voted on. That was the motion that was put forth by Senator Johnson. When and there was one was the motion to adjourn, but then yesterday you also did a motion to refer it back to finance. But where we are in special orders, the rule that you've cited is not appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't finish my questions that I had after that.
And our rule, a point of order, is not well taken.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if I've got a point of parliamentary inquiry or not, but
if you're not sure, then you should think about it and then stand, because the floor belongs to Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, but
and the only time that I can interrupt another member is if there's a point of order.
Thank you. So, point of order. Senator Abler had made a motion, and before ruling on that motion, you recognized Senator McQuaid and her amendment without that motion being resolved. And so I would ask the President to rule on the motion before we start taking up additional business.
No problem. The motion is not well taken. The point of order is not well taken. Now, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer
Point of order,
A203
point of order,
amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski, for what purpose do you rise?
The member from Anoka, I believe, had the floor, and you recognized Senator McQuaid while he had the floor. Her motion to amend is not a motion that can interrupt and take the floor from him, I don't believe. And I would like you to do your research and tell us what is a proper procedure, because I think we went the wrong direction, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Give me one moment, and then I will return. Thank you, members. Just for clarity, the member, well, first of all, I acknowledge Senator McQuaid, and then Senator Abler raised and referenced a point of order, which he wanted to refer it back under Rule 4.1, or at least the bill referrals under Rule 4. Hold on. Notwithstanding that, I already ruled on Senator Abler's motion or his point of order. I said it was not well taken. So we resolved that. If I need to do that again, point not well taken. Now, Senator Abler, the question for you is whether you yielded the floor in order for Senator McQuaid to be able to put forth her motion. And because you had, your point of order wasn't well taken, then that means the floor is open, and therefore she put forth a motion. She put forth an amendment to the amendment, which is what is before the body, which is the A203. Now, Senator, we can let her explain it, and then you can stand it if you want to oppose it, or you can do whatever you want at that particular time. But that is my conclusion. And that motion still needs to be reported. So the Secretary will report the amendment, and then I will recognize you. Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not see Senator Abler sit down. He did his point of order. He maintained the floor. He had his microphone in his hand and didn't intend to give away the floor. And you recognized Senator McQuaid during that. Mr. President, as far as I understand, a motion to amend is not a reason to interrupt the speaker. A point of order is, a motion to adjourn, among other things, are motions that you can interrupt the speaker. The speaker was interrupted by the motion to amend, which is out of order, Mr. President.
So just for clarity, it was at the conclusion of Senator Abler's comments when he said that he felt like this bill was not in order and was referring it. That was the conclusion of his comments. And then I acted on his point of order, which was I said it was not well taken. He concluded his comments. That is when then the floor was given up, and then I turned to Senator McQuaid. Now, we could do one or two things. My decision has been made. We can now go to and report the A203 amendment. And I gave Senator Abler a whole lot of time by which to do whatever he wanted to, and I don't have a problem with that. But the amendment has been offered, and the Secretary is going to report it, and then if we want to have any additional discussion, we can do so at that particular time. So the Secretary will report
Mr. President,
amendment.
parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Who was first? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Point of order.
For what reason do you rise, Senator Latz?
Mr. President, a point of parliamentary inquiry cannot be made as an interruption of any other business.
So, Senator Latz, will you restate your point?
Mr. President, Senator Westrum's point of parliamentary inquiry is out of order, as it is only allowed to be made when there isn't any other active business at the moment. It's not allowed to interrupt something else that's already going on the floor.
Point well taken.
Mr. President,
Senator Abler, for what reason do you rise?
I would like to withdraw the A51 amendment before the amendment is reported. Thank you.
For clarity, because we have a number of moving parts going on here, and I want to make sure that we are all following along and that I'm being as clear as possible, too.
Mr. President, if it moves things better, I didn't know what the amendment was. I think it's friendly, and so we can just continue with Senator May-Quade, and I will withdraw my objection, which will make things much easier for you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity, Senator Abler, what are you saying? I want to make sure that I'm clear. So you have withdrawn your amendment?
Mr. President, no, I've withdrawn my request to withdraw my amendment.
Will you allow me to speak just one moment, please?
No, I won't. Yeah, sure. That was a joke.
So you had offered the A51 amendment, and are you now withdrawing the A51 amendment, Senator Abler?
Mr. President, I didn't come to be confrontive today, and I didn't know what the amendment was, and I thought it might be something that would be, I think it's a reasonable amendment, and so just to keep things going on, I would be happy to allow the good senator to offer her amendment, and I'll probably vote for it, and then after that I'd seek to be recognized again. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, everyone's clear. Senator May-Quade, the secretary is going to report your amendment, which is the A203 amendment. Mr. Secretary.
Senator May-Quade moves to amend the A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A203 amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Aaron May-Quade, Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a slight oral amendment to my amendment to the amendment.
Senator,
do I need to explain it first?
May-Quade, you cannot make an oral amendment to an amendment. Amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will explain my amendment to the amendment. My amendment to the amendment deletes the deletion of "but is not limited to" and adds in the word vasectomy after sterilization. So on line 1.11, it would read, reproductive health care includes, but is not limited to, contraception, sterilization, vasectomy, so on and so forth. That is my amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, point of order.
Point of order, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator May-Quade's amendment to the amendment states that it deletes line 4 of the A51 amendment. Mr. President, there is no line 4 on the A51, and therefore, I believe the amendment is out of order. I'm sorry, the amendment to the amendment is out of order.
So, Senator May-Quade?
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the amendment to the amendment.
The A203 amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A64.
Senator Abler offers the A64?
Yes, Mr. President.
So Senator Abler offers the A64, and which is the amendment to the amendment, and
Correct.
the secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Abler moves to amend the A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A64 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A64 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in all the debates that we've had over time with this since I've come, and before that, since Roe versus Wade, and before that, the common ground has been there should be less abortions, and that abortion is not a desirable outcome compared to childbirth. And so this amendment simply says if there's an ultrasound available, that should be offered to the young woman, the adult woman, family, or whomever, if it's available. So it just says it includes viewing, and it doesn't mean they have to, but they may do that. And so I think that would be really good, and I wonder if Senator Morrison would yield. And Mr. Chair, I'd like a roll call, please.
Mr. President,
Senator Dzik, for what purpose do you rise?
the amendment is not showing up on the Senate Floor Amendments website.
It is not showing up? We'll need a moment. We're checking, Senator Dzik. And Senator Abler, if you hold a moment, just so we can make sure it's there.
It's up, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
It should be available now. Senator Abler.
Well, thanks. I wonder if Senator Morrison would yield for a question.
Senator Morrison? Senator Morrison, will you yield? Where's Senator Morrison?
She's over there.
Oh, there you go. Will you yield? I know, I was looking over here. Senator Morrison, will you yield? Senator Morrison will yield. Senator Abler.
Hiding in her chair, Mr. President. Anyway, so we discussed this in committee, and I'm curious, Senator Morrison, that I know that you're involved in this sometimes, and I do know that sometimes when people have seen ultrasounds of the little fingers and all that, they go like, wow, I'd like to give this a shot. And there's actually many testimonies to that fact. And so, Senator Morrison, I'm just curious in your practice how you handle letting people look at ultrasounds and at what times and what you, it seems like this is a pretty reasonable kind of an amendment where people get the opportunity. So if you wouldn't mind answering that question.
Senator Morrison, to the A64 amendment and question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Yes, we did discuss this in committee, and this gets, again, back to why we should not legislate medical practice. Ultrasounds are a very standard part of obstetrical care and gynecology, and if it's an appropriate test and the patient is interested in seeing the ultrasound, it is always offered to the patient.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, would Senator Morrison yield again?
Senator Morrison, will you yield again? She will. Senator Abler.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I just remember hearing people being so excited. Oh, we saw the little, I mean, just, it's such an interesting time for the people to actually get to see little Billy or Susie in their very young stages and how they grow and all that. But it seems as though if a person is considering an abortion, this would be something particularly interesting and maybe useful that a health provider would want to say, you know, it's an option, but before you think about that, how about that? And so, Senator Morrison, do you ever find yourself doing that with your patients who are considering an abortion to say maybe, I mean, not the ones that are anencephaly and in crisis, but just some people, because half of them are elective abortions, and so at least half of them, you might think, you want to slow this down a little bit and just think about it, and you can still come back next week and I'll sign the paper for you. Senator Morrison, that's my question.
And Senator Abler, this is still to your A64 amendment?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. I'm not exactly certain what your question is. Again, this is why we shouldn't be legislating medical practice here. Ultrasound is a routine part of obstetrical and gynecologic care. Part of what a practitioner's job is to meet the patient where they are, to present the full options of what is in front of them and to support them in making the decision that they need for themselves and for their families and for their lives.
One moment. Senator Dzik, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, has a roll call been requested? If not, I request a roll call vote.
Oh, cool. Okay. Roll call has been requested, a roll call granted. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I'm sure falling down on the roll call requests. I apologize for that. But anyways, I don't have a long speech on this, but this doesn't harm the bill at all if you think it's a great bill. This just puts a little safeguard in there. And I can tell you I'll predict out of the 10,000 abortions we have a year, I bet 10 or more are like, I didn't know they looked like that. I hear it all the time. And so as a simple safeguard, I urge members to vote yes and put this simple thing in the bill, and that would be a good thing. So thanks, Mr. President.
Any further questions? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Abler's amendment. Members, we've been talking about the ability to make a choice and a decision. We want that decision to be an informed decision. And we believe those making that decision should have all the information available to them. This just simply ensures that they do, in fact, and it doesn't even require it. It says an available ultrasound at appropriate times. So members, I think this is a very reasonable bill to ensure that decisions are, in fact, fully considerate of all the relevant information and data, to make sure that Minnesotans are, in fact, making a fully informed decision, and I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Wiesenberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in support of Senator Abler's amendment. My wife is a doctor, and that's one thing she talks about a lot, is making sure that patients have an informed decision. This isn't forcing anything. This is simply asking to have the ultrasound available. And as a doctor, you should want what's best for your patient, but they have to have the information, and you have to provide them the information. So this would be helpful information to someone who isn't quite sure where they are. So I support you to vote yes for Senator Abler's amendment. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did see that Senator Rasmussen had stood up before I did, but I will speak with his permission. There you go. Thank you, Mr. President. So as I've been listening to the conversation between Senator Abler, Senator McEwen, and others, part of the conversation was where or when does life begin? And some of the answers I heard was politicians can't answer that, or shouldn't be answering that, or shouldn't be applying their morality to it. And in regards to this amendment to the amendment, which is doing the ultrasound, I'm going to speak to that point and that conversation of life beginning.
Hey, Senator Lucero, if you'd be so kind, I'd like for us to talk much more gently with each other, right? And you can debate this, but I want, and like I even say to the majority as well as the minority, when I hold this up, I'm just asking you to speak to what is before the body. What is before the body is what's being debated. So even though that there were some comments early on, that's not what is before the body. The A64 amendment to the amendment is before the body, which seems to be viewing an available ultrasound at appropriate times. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do agree with you with speaking gently, but I don't want to step out of bounds here. But Mr. President, I think that there's been a number of times when you've interrupted without allowing myself and other members to finish their thought, and you've prematurely interrupted, not allowing for the furthering of thought to connect the dots with the matter at hand. And that's what I'm attempting to do, if you would allow me to finish my thought. So what I'm trying to do here is the amendment to the amendment before us talks about an ultrasound. An ultrasound is in the mother's womb. That's pre-birth. And so how the conversation from earlier relates to the amendment is that question that was being asked earlier on when life begins. That's the connection of the dots. And in the course of my attempting to lay out information and my perspective to the body, I'm laying a foundation, I'm prefacing my comments. And it's very difficult to continue to be interrupted when I'm trying to do that. It interrupts flow of thought. So the comments that I'm about to make are related to that earlier conversation that was taking place, again, all pertinent to the amendment before us. So in the course of the conversation, as I was listening, I was thinking back to a time when I was in school about 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, when I was going for my law enforcement degree. And in the course of my law enforcement degree, we took a statutes class. And in that statutes class, we went through an array of different statutes. And among the statutes that we went was one that I've pulled up here in our statutes book that I want to relay to you, Mr. President, and to the body in consideration of the amendment to the amendment. I am reading from, for those who may want to look it up, Chapter 609.266, and it's titled, Crimes Against Unborn Children. And in the opening definitions it says, unborn child means the unborn offspring of a human being conceived but not yet born. So the question before us was, before my speaking with other members was, when does life begin? And at some point in the past, I haven't flipped through this to see when this was actually adopted. I am seeing maybe 1984 here, 86, in that time frame. So 80s, if I'm reading this just very briefly correctly. That did get answered, and it is an important answer. An unborn child means the unborn offspring of a human being conceived and but not yet born. And it goes on to speak about several crimes against an unborn child, such as the murder of an unborn child in the first degree, the murder of an unborn child in the second degree, the murder of an unborn child in the third degree, the manslaughter of an unborn child in the first degree, etc., etc. Now, how that relates to the amendment and why I rise to speak in favor of it is, as Minnesota already has law on the books recognizing and defining an unborn child as somebody who is conceived and not yet born, I think it is incredibly important that a woman, a girl, with an unborn child in her womb be given full information, informed consent, and have that information before her before she makes a decision. And that, Mr. President, is the reason why I rise in favor of this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, just as a gentle reminder that whenever the President interrupts you, it's not because I want to disrupt anything that you're saying. When members rise, I have the responsibility of at least rising and seeing if there's a point of order or what the issue is. So do not take my interruption as a form of disrespect. If you read the rules, that you'll understand that that is a part of what I have to do in order to preserve the body. So with that being said, there was someone else. Senator, who was it? Oh, I'm sorry, you were on my list, and thank you so very much, you all, for reminding me. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield for a question?
Okay, got it. Will the author yield? Yes, the author will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Abler, your amendment would simply give someone the option of viewing an available ultrasound at appropriate times. Is that correct? There's no requirement to view an ultrasound if they declined?
Senator Abler.
Thanks, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen, that is absolutely the intent of the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for those in this gallery and for those listening who have had the chance to see ultrasound technology at work, it's miraculous. And the ability of this tool to show what is going on inside the human body, to demonstrate life in 3D, is pretty remarkable. And Mr. President and members, I frankly don't know a single Minnesotan who would be opposed to allowing a woman the opportunity to view an ultrasound at an appropriate time, an available ultrasound at an appropriate time. An ultrasound is information. It is science. It is healthcare. And Mr. President, I think this is a reasonable amendment that I hope members of this body will join me in adopting and supporting. And I thank Senator Abler for bringing it.
And I did see Senator Gruenhagen, but I also saw Senator Howell earlier, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't lose you on my list. Are you okay? You didn't have your hand up? Senator Howell? I don't want to force you to speak now. I just want to make sure that I didn't pass you by because you didn't make a gesture.
Thank you,
Mr. President, and I wasn't going to...
And these remarks, Senator, will be to the A64, okay?
Correct, and I was actually going to speak to the underlying amendment, but in this case, I will speak to the A64 amendment. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You know, it is extreme, and let's be honest, ultrasound technology has come a long ways in the last 30 years, last 40 years. But I can remember going to the doctor with my wife, having a test done, and the results of that test, they told us that either the baby was going to be born with Down syndrome or we were going to have twins. Now, I will tell you that the emotions go on a roller coaster there, and trying to make a decision and trying to think about our third child or our third and fourth child is in those extremes is quite something. So they scheduled us for a level 2 ultrasound that wasn't available in our area. We had to travel down to the metro to get that. So we traveled down to and it wasn't right away. I think we went in and seen the doctor on a Wednesday, and they scheduled it for the following Monday. So we had to sit there with our thoughts and our prayers for a number of days before we went and got that level 2 ultrasound. And trying to decide what we would do, what the outcome was going to be. And we got in there, they started the level 2 ultrasound, and to our amazement, it was cut extremely short. And she said, the doctor will speak with you momentarily. And out the door she went. The doctor came in and told us there was no heartbeat. The baby was dead. That was not something they prepared us for. It was devastating. But having the opportunity to see that, it was pretty obvious. So having that opportunity to view that, and then of course, in years later, we had the opportunity when my wife, when we got pregnant with our second, or our, at that time, our fourth child, our youngest child now, 30 years ago, seeing that ultrasound, and of course then it was a high-risk pregnancy because we lost the one before. So we seen multiple ultrasounds to monitor that and see how it was going. And then of course we had excitement with that one because of my wife was in a car accident, ruptured her placenta, bled all over the garage floor when she got home. A quite traumatic experience. But the key thing here is we've got technology that shows us what's going on, and we need to take full advantage of that. So, Mr. President, I speak in favor of this. This is great technology that we need to embrace, and it helps people make those hard decisions, and something that we shouldn't take lightly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm using Tory's microphone again. Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Abler's amendment to have the option to see a ultrasound. We know that when women do, it's much harder for them to kill their unborn child, which both Senator McEwen and I agree it is the killing of an unborn child. You know, the other thing it would do, members and Mr.
Point of
President,
order.
Please state your point of order.
Mr. President, respectfully, I would ask that the President please instruct members not to misstate what other members have stated on the record. Thank you.
Members, I'm going to be gentle and say please try not to misstate, but I want to also make sure that we rise with a legitimate point of order, okay? So we want to make sure that we do not misstate a person on the floor, but we also want to make sure that we're not interrupting members without a legitimate rule rooted a point of order. That's my gentle reminder to all members. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
And to the amendment, okay?
Amen. And I do empathize for your position. Okay? I don't think I'd want it. It's a difficult time. Anyway, I think the recording would show, though, that Senator McEwen did say killing an unborn child when she referred to my comments before when young ladies were coerced. Anyway, I do support Senator Abler's amendment. It would give me a little bit of comfort that it's at least available on an option when women are brought in or young ladies are being coerced to have an abortion and kill their own child. Let's give them full disclosure, okay? Again, it's not a cure-all, but it would be a little bit of comfort to give full medical information to them. You know, I would add one last comment, Mr. President and members. You know, when a woman gets pregnant for the first time or second or third or whatever, if she's in a loving, supporting relationship, she, and it does address this, because that's why we need that. We need this amendment. You know, if she's in a loving, supporting relationship, it can be one of the most blessed times of her life. But if she's being sexually exploited and coerced to have an abortion and to destroy that child, it can be one of the most depressing times of her life. So ladies, think carefully what we're doing here with this bill, and let's give full disclosure of the ultrasound option to those ladies who are going in thinking of an abortion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do think that the record will show that what I stated earlier was that that is what my colleague, Senator Gruenhagen, said. And it was an acknowledgement in respect to acknowledge what your beliefs are.
And please speak to the
Thank
president.
you. That's all.
Members, a gentle reminder that all conversations must come and flow through the president. And we're not going to go back and forth. There's a list, Senator. So I'm going to that list. I want to make sure that I'm there. Senator Fateh, and then followed by Senator Nelson.
What about me? I had a response.
Senator Gruenhagen, you had completed your thoughts. You did not ask her to yield, so you no longer had the floor. Okay? Now, if you want me to put you back on the list, I'll be happy to do that. Would you like to be back on the list? Okay. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we're deciding this amendment to an amendment, I think we need to seek some knowledge from a doctor. And lucky for me, I sit beside two of them. So would Senator Dr. Alice Mann yield for a question?
Who did you ask to yield?
Senator Mann.
Will you yield? She will yield. And it must be to this A64 amendment.
Senator Mann, would a provider ever deny a request for an ultrasound?
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So, no, if there is an ultrasound being done for whatever reason and the patient asks to see the ultrasound, the physician would never say no, first of all. I would also add that, second of all, this is already being done. Ultrasounds are done for multiple reasons, and patients have access to those at any time. And thirdly, what this amendment to the amendment does is that it legislates how physicians should practice medicine. And given that we do not have very many doctors in this body, I would urge members not to legislate on how people practice health care.
Senator Fateh, any follow-up, or can I go? Okay. Senator Coleman? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Senator Coleman, is Senator Nelson, then you. I'm sorry. My apologies. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me there. Members, I rise in support of the A64 amendment. This is offering women the choice if they would like to see an ultrasound. It is not mandating that an ultrasound be performed. It's stating that a woman has a choice to request to see an ultrasound. I sat in the health committee 2 years ago when a woman came in front of our committee crying because she was not allowed to see the ultrasound before her abortion. This is not a mandate, members. In fact, to vote against the A64 appears that it would be keeping women from seeing their medical records. We should not be in the position of forbidding women to see their medical records if they so choose. So I would encourage a green vote on the A64.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, we're talking a lot about women's rights today. What about the right to make a fully informed decision? 2 weeks after I was first elected to the state Senate, I was scheduled for what I thought would be an ultrasound of one baby, and before the screen turned on, the nurse said, "I have something to tell you. There's two." And in that moment, I'm ashamed to say the first thoughts that came to my head were those of fear. I said a couple four-letter words I won't repeat here. And she said, "I'll show them to you." The ultrasound technician turned on the big screen, and I saw two hearts beating that were not my own. In that moment, every fear, every doubt left my mind. This bill is not requiring that women look at that ultrasound if that is too difficult for them to do, but it is requiring that they be given the option so that they may make fully formed decisions after seeing that heart beating that is not their own. And I encourage a green vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, the A64, amendment to the amendment. For those voting under Rule 40.7, Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fa votes no.
Senator Fa votes no. And remember, members, this is amendment to the amendment, A64. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. The secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. I did promise Senator Grutenhagen 15 words, and then we're going to Senator Murphy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Senator McEwen's comment that it's a belief about killing unborn children. It's a scientific and medical fact. And she did agree with it in her previous comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I want to make sure that we stay on the business. I thought you were on the business of what is before us. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call.
And Mr. President, I request that call of the Senate for the remainder of the bill.
That request is granted. Call of the Senate is for the remainder of the bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The
Mr.
motion
President.
is adopted. The motion passes. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment to the amendment. It is the A204, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Senator Murphy offers an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is identified as A204, and the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Murphy moves to amend the A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A204 amendment.
To your amendment, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and I appreciate the very calm nature of our debate today. We are here today talking about an important piece of legislation that is about reproductive freedom and each individual's autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. My amendment clearly states that language. That's simply what it does. I think it is important that we are crystal clear and would like to add this amendment to the underlying amendment, and I'd ask for your vote.
A roll call was requested and a roll call granted. Any discussion on the A204 amendment? Senator Abler.
Mr. President, it's not posted yet, so I don't know how to comment.
I'm sorry, can you?
It's not, is it up now? Okay.
Members, can I ask for all side conversations to be quiet just so I can hear? I'm sorry. Senator Abler, one more time.
Mr. President, I would, it was a pretty good amendment that we had before, Mr. President. And this actually makes it a much worse amendment. And so it kind of just is duplicative to the bill, continues the theme of all abortions all the time. The point of the amendment to the amendment was to clarify, and I guess I have to say that Senator Murphy has clarified, but it doesn't do anything to put any safeguard around any of the guardrails this bill needs, and so I would urge members to vote no. Thank you.
So any other discussion on the A204 amendment? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may ask Senator Murphy a question.
Senator Murphy will yield. She will yield, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Murphy, I just wanted to read out your amendment here. The state shall not interfere with an individual's autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. Yet in Minnesota Statutes 256B.001, we have a statement in here that says between normal childbirth and abortion, is the state's policy that the state of Minnesota of the state of Minnesota that normal childbirth is given preference and encouragement and support by law and state action. It is in the best interest of the well-being of the common good of the state of Minnesota citizens. Can you square this one with me? They seem to be two very contradictory angles on this, and we'd have quite a split in state law if this one actually got on and became part of the bill.
Senator Murphy.
I appreciate that question, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Johnson. I appreciate your question, and of course don't have the citation in front of me. But what I do know is in Minnesota today, a person has the ability to make their own reproductive choices, when to start their family, to carry their pregnancy to term or not. Our debate today is about codifying what has been in case law and to make sure that that choice, that autonomy remains ours as a private decision, a private medical decision, and my amendment to this amendment restates that.
Senator Lang, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to see if Senator Murphy would yield for a question.
Senator Lane, I can't call on you. The floor belongs to Senator Johnson unless he's done. Senator Johnson is done. Senator Lane.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Murphy would yield.
I'm sorry?
If Senator Murphy would yield.
Senator Murphy, will you yield? She will yield. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you, Senator. I was just wondering, looking at if you would consider an oral amendment as a friendly amendment in taking the word reproductive out and replacing it with health care. We've talked a lot over the last few hours about this being health care. Why would we not have those two terms interchangeable? And I would
Mr.
offer
President?
that oral amendment and see if Senator Murphy would be amenable to it.
So, two things. One is, Senator Lang, we are on an amendment to the amendment, so we cannot do an oral amendment. That is not proper. And Senator Diesig, you rose with a point of order, so I just wanted to make sure that you were clear on that. I know she said Mr. President, and I was going to see what she was going to say. So sorry about that. So Senator Lang, your amendment to the amendment isn't appropriate.
Mr. President, I agree completely, and in fact, that's why I was bringing it up with Senator Murphy, if she would offer that amendment to her own amendment or withdraw this amendment with that terminology in it. I think she'd probably have some Republican votes. Thank you, Mr. President.
So are you asking Senator Murphy to yield to that? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lang. I'd ask the body to vote on my amendment to the amendment as it is drafted.
All right. So it doesn't sound like that's going to be friendly there. So are you rising for a point of order, or you have thoughts on the A204, Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the A204 amendment is not germane under Rule 35.2. Mr. President, as Senator Abler has been offering amendments to the amendments, they've been additive to the underlying amendment, which deletes the terminology not limited to. Senator Murphy's amendment not only deletes Senator Abler's change, but then adds additional language, and therefore, if you want to delete the language that Senator Abler has offered in the A51, we'll be taking a vote on that. But this is substantially different than the underlying amendment and should be ruled not germane.
Senator Pratt raises a point of order under Rule 35, just to make sure. Yep, Rule 35.2 as to germaneness. Any further discussion on that issue? Advice? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Champion and members. As I look at the rule that Senator Pratt is making reference to around germaneness, that would be 35.2, and his listening to his argument that my amendment to the amendment substantially changes the proposal, I would disagree strongly and respectfully that the language in my amendment to the amendment does not substantially change the nature of this proposal. It is in line with this proposal, and therefore I would ask that we vote the Pratt motion down.
I am ready to rule.
Advice, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Okay. So Senator Pratt, and then we'll go to the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A204 undoes the only change in the underlying amendment and therefore substantially changes the intent of Senator Abler's amendment, where previous amendments to the amendments have been additive to the underlying language. And so by adopting the A204 and deleting that language, it substantially changes the underlying amendment, and I ask you to rule in favor of the motion.
Senator, all right.
Mr. President, I was standing over here.
Oh, is this to this issue here? Yes. So he was on the list first. Senator Lucero.
Thank you,
and is this advice because I'm ready to rule?
It's advice to you on the rule, on the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I am looking at the Abler amendment to the amendment, and then I am looking at the Murphy, no, it's the Abler amendment and it's the Murphy amendment to the amendment. I don't see any portion of the Abler amendment that is retained in the Murphy amendment to the amendment. Zero portion of it. And so it looks to me like this is the equivalent of a delete all. Now, Mr. President, we have been moving faster. There's been a lot of people. Can you just confirm for me, point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, are we on the A64 Abler amendment? Let me ask the question a different way. Is the Murphy here, is the Murphy A204 is seeking to amend the A51, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then I withdraw my advice, Mr. President. I am looking at the wrong amendments. Thank you.
So I'm ready to rule. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question is, Mr. President, as you look at this amendment, can you tell us, is this effectively a delete all amendment?
So, Senator Jaskowski, the amendment speaks for itself. I don't think it's appropriate for me to answer that question. If you look at the amendment, it tells you exactly if it's a delete all or if it's deleting or inserting. I'm sure that you have the ability to read that. You're pretty smart.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And it does look like a delete all amendment to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
I've listened to all the advice. I am concluding that the point of order is not well taken. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move to divide the Murphy amendment.
Senator Rasmussen is moving. Senator Rasmussen, how would you divide it?
I would divide the amendment between lines 1.3 and 1.4.
He's got to report it first.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. You said that you want to divide. A secretary will report the division. Do you need to report the division? Okay. Oh, I can just do it. Okay, thank you. So you want to divide between lines 1.3 and 1.4. So you want there to be a separation there. Senator Murphy, which portion would you like to take up first?
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the motion to divide, I would request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. So, Senator Friends, when it comes to a division, there can't be a roll call under those circumstances. I just have to rule whether it's divisible or not. I did take counsel and we did look at it, and it is divisible. So we will take the portion that Senator Murphy wants to look at first.
Mr. President,
Senator Pratt, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I just have a question for the President on procedure. Is it the author of the amendment that gets to choose the which section we go first, or the person, the member who requested the division? I thought it was the member that requested the division got to choose which portion was debated first.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. It is the author of the amendment.
Mr. President,
and that would be Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, can you at least show me where that citation is, please?
If you give me a moment, we will take another look. Senator Pratt, we could look it up. That's been the custom of the body. If you want us to take time in order to do that, as opposed to get to the underlying issues that we need to deal with in real time, that is totally up to you.
Mr. President, it's my recollection under custom and usage that we've allowed the member making the motion to decide which portion of the amendment we would debate first.
First of all, Senator, just so that I'm clear, I was trying to say something to the Secretary. It's not a motion, first of all. It's a division. So it's not considered a motion. So to the point, do you want us to stop and do some additional research to see who should go first, who should make that decision? Is our understanding, based on custom and usage, it is the author of the amendment, because it's their amendment. Senator Ress.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to confirm your memory of what is custom and usage in the Senate about who has the privilege of deciding which part of an amendment for which division has been requested gets to make the decision, and it is the maker of the motion on the amendment, not the privilege of that person who is requesting the division.
Senator Pratt.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I would very rarely disagree with my esteemed colleague on the rules, but I would request that we do find the citation, because again, I have a different recollection of how we've operated over the last 6 years.
So, Senator Pratt, here's my decision. As you look at Rule 39, which is division of question, it does not speak specifically to who has the right to divide that question. Based on custom and usage, I am determining that it is the author of the amendment who has that right. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I would like us to take up the second half of the divided amendment, beginning on line 1.4. I'd ask for a roll call and a yes vote.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call has been granted. The Secretary would take the roll. And remember, members, we are voting on the second part of the amendment starting at line 1.4. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fa votes yes.
Senator Parr votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no. All those, the Secretary may close the roll. Seeing 34 ayes and 33 noes, the amendment is adopted. The amendment to the amendment, excuse me. We are now on the first half of the amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator Rasmussen.
Mr. President, I'd call point of order. This amendment is not germane. It simply deletes the underlying amendment.
Senator, sometimes I have a difficult time hearing up here just because of the acoustics. Would you be so kind as to re-articulate what you just said?
Thank you, Mr. President. The first part of this amendment is out of order, so I'm making a point of order. It is not germane because it just deletes the underlying amendment.
Well, my decision is that it still is on the underlining amendment, and it still reflects that we are talking about this bill. Therefore, your point of order is not well taken.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Part of inquiry is that anytime there's a point to be discussed, and once the amendment was divided, then it became essentially two separate questions. And what Senator Rasmussen is arguing is that that if you were just to take this divided piece on its own, it is not germane because all it does is effectively take the vote.
Senator Pratt.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, point parliamentary inquiry.
I challenge the ruling of the president.
So no, well, you had to do that in immediate time, and you didn't do that in immediate time, and your point was not well taken, and that was already concluded.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Rasmussen.
I appeal the ruling of the president.
Well, it needs to be immediate. It wasn't immediate. According to our rules, it has to be done right away. It was not done right away. Senator Pratt started going a different direction, so it is not appropriate. Next, Senator Abler, we are on the underlining A51 amendment.
Mr. President, to the amendment.
I'm sorry. The A204 amendment. Please accept my apologies.
Yes, in the first portion. Mr. President, this is particularly useful language, and taking it out will be helping the bill to be made less clear. And I think more specific is better, and so I urge members to vote no against the first portion of the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would just ask members to vote yes on the balance of this amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested. Roll call vote has been granted. The Secretary would take the roll. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Fa votes yes.
Senator Fa votes yes or aye. The secretary will close the roll. There have been 35 ayes and 32 noes. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not sure if I have a parliamentary inquiry or point of order, but Mr. President, I had tried to rise in order to provide you advice before ruling. I understand your desire to keep the proceedings moving along. However, we are debating very important issues here today. I think you've been a little quick in not recognizing members, in not recognizing advice, trying to rule before members have been able to give you advice, and I'd ask you to be a little more measured in your pace.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Just so that there's clarification, and I'll get to Senator Lucero because you are next on the list. There's a difference between a point of order and a point of inquiry. It's different when you think in terms of the action. I have been very patient. I've called on some people 4, 5, or 6, or 7 times. So I don't think that I've been quick. I've been trying to be thoughtful, and I would ask everyone to try to be thoughtful around their thoughts and comments, and I'll try to do the same. Senator Pratt, I don't want to keep going back and forth about this.
Well,
okay?
thank you, Mr. President. I'm just asking that you provide the minority the opportunity to give you advice on questions like Senator Rasmussen's before ruling. I had tried to stand up and provide advice to you before you ruled. I did not realize that by trying to give that advice as a rationale for requesting a challenge or appeal of the President's decision would in fact invalidate it. But I would ask that you do, before moving on, provide the minority a chance to give advice on when some of these motions are made.
Thank you so much. Senator Lucero was on the list, Senator Abler. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now that the amendment to the amendment has been adopted, I was wondering if Senator Murphy would yield for several questions.
Senator Majority Leader?
Senator Murphy.
Senator Murphy, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And earlier when I was standing up to offer advice, I had the wrong Abler amendment in front of me. And so I was going to make comments that it is the amendment to the amendment was a delete all, and in fact it actually turned out to be the case. And now that that has been adopted, the first question I would ask here, as I'm reading now the language that has been adopted, the state shall not interfere with an individual's autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. The first question I have for Senator Murphy is there any definition in specific regards to age on the word individual?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Lucero, no.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so then if there's no definition of individual, then that means naturally that would be individuals of any age, including minors. That is a great concern to me, Mr. President, because the continuing on of this, it says have autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. My second question for Senator Murphy is
are you asking her to yield, Senator Lucero?
If she would yield, yes.
Senator Murphy, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you. Is there a definition for your language that has been adopted for reproductive decisions?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. We are talking today about an important piece of policy in House File Number 1, in which we are enshrining in statute what is already in case law in Minnesota, which says that an individual, a person, is able to make their own reproductive choices for themselves. That is an expression of autonomy. It is an expression and an extension of the deeply held belief that we get to make our own private medical decisions. That's what this amendment says. I thank you for your question.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Chair Murphy would yield again.
Senator Murphy, will you yield again? And this is still to the underlying amendment. Yes, I liked it. I don't realize that we have facial expressions, but it's yes. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that answer, Senator Murphy. Unfortunately, you didn't answer my question. My question is, now that the language has been adopted, what is the definition of reproductive decisions?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Lucero, those would be the decisions about my or a person's reproduction.
Senator Lucero.
If she would yield again, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy, will you continue? Will you yield again? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank
Senator
you,
Lucero.
Senator Murphy. Would that include then a vasectomy?
Senator Murphy.
Mr. President and Senator Lucero, we are talking about a person being able to make their own autonomous private medical decisions. The question about whether a person wants to have a vasectomy would be a decision between a person and their provider, and that would certainly have repercussions on a person's ability to reproduce.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard most of what she said, but she trailed off there at the end. I wasn't able to hear the last few words, so if she would yield again.
Senator Murphy, will you yield again? He said that your voice tapered off, so if I can remind the members to make sure they're speaking directly into those mics and use your outside voice. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, is there a question?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yes, the question is, I'm trying to get clarity on what the definition of reproductive decisions means. I don't see that definition in the language that's been adopted. I don't see that definition in the underlying bill. And so my question is, would a vasectomy be included in the verbiage that you offer that's been adopted as reproductive decisions?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. Again, we are talking about an individual's ability to make their own private medical decision, and in this case, around their choice in reproduction. A person's choice about a vasectomy is a choice that they would make with their provider. It would impact their ability to reproduce.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So in all of that, I think a simple yes would have been sufficient, and that's what I gleaned from that. So here's what we have, Mr. President and members, is that the language before us includes the word individual with no age restraints at all, and it includes the verbiage reproductive decisions, which has no definition at all. It's very subjective. So as I'm looking at this, we know, and we have a long history and many statutes that seek to protect minors. Minors, those under the age of 18. We have all kinds of limitations. One such limitation is a minor under the age of 18 cannot get their ears pierced without parental permission. We recognize, as a real estate agent, a minor, somebody under 18, cannot sign a contract, a legally binding contract of any kind, which is what a purchase agreement is, but there are obviously all kinds of contracts. They're not binding with a minor's decision. Another example would be voting. We recognize here in the state of Minnesota that somebody under 18 can't vote. Now, why is this, Mr. President? It's because we recognize that there is a period in a person's life when they don't understand the full gravity of the decisions that they're making. We recognize in multiple portions of law that a person needs to have the consent of an adult or guardian to help them understand decisions. Or again, in the case of the ear piercing, because they may not fully understand. In the case of voting, we recognize that life experience means something, which is one of the reasons why, for example, our United States Constitution has a requirement that a person be at least age 35 in order to run for president. So my point is, age has meaning because it brings experience. Then when I get to the portion of the reproductive decisions, vasectomy is a reproductive decision. So under the language that's been adopted, we now have a scenario, if this were to be passed into law, that a minor boy, age 12, age 14, could make the reproductive decision to get a vasectomy. That is very concerning to me, without parental consent. Yet that same boy would have to get parental consent to get an ear piercing. I go on as I think reproductive decisions, and there are all kinds of scenarios. Another might be a sperm donor. Another might be, and it's not my intent to get vulgar, but there are scenarios where a minor might believe it upon themselves that a reproductive decision of their own making would be that they need to engage in pornography. And so, as the language now reads, the state shall not interfere with the individual's autonomy to make their own reproductive decisions. That could very well be interpreted that a minor could not be prevented from accessing pornography. And we wouldn't want that, because it says the state shall not interfere. Because a minor boy or girl may want to make a decision that they want to reproduce at the age of 15, and as part of their reproducing efforts, they want to engage in pornography. This, Mr. President, is so extreme. It shocks the conscience of what's being proposed here. It overturns decades of Minnesota principles to protect minors who don't understand the gravity of their decisions. And we should absolutely not support this extreme language. So, Mr. President and members, please vote against the amendment as amended. Thank you.
Senator Abler to the amendment, and then we're going to vote. I think you are the, oh, well, go ahead, Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, everybody wants to talk.
I know, I see. Senator Abler, and then Senator Makeway.
Well, thank you. And to the amendment, I just want to, I don't know if the author really is what she wrote down. The state shall not interfere with an individual's autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. I asked Senator Murphy before about when does an individual get human rights? This actually says never. Because as I chatted with actually my son, he was pointing out that this allowing abortion from the whole time, particularly past 20 weeks to the day before the baby is born, is really just a matter of a few minutes and a little skin between life and not life for this little one who's at 39 weeks and 6 days or sometime way at the end. And it says the state shall not interfere with individuals' autonomy in making their own reproductive decisions. And so when we've been privileged to have 6 kids that survived and 3 that did not. But we watched them come along, and we didn't do ultrasounds much, but the little, Barb could feel the baby kicking, and I did a little bit. I wasn't that good at that part, but she fell in love with her little guys. They're all guys except for one of the girls that we lost. But and the feet kick out, and they're turning, and so you just really feel the vitality. And so when one of my sons mentioned, it's just a matter of a few minutes and some skin, literally between life and then reproductive freedom to not have that little baby not live at some late time. And people will say, oh, they never do that. Actually, they do. They do. With this new expanded late time, there's a place in New York I could burden the body by passing out a flyer about, or an article about a company that's coming in to do 30 weeks plus abortions. And Mr. President, this takes away all the rights of this individual, and it really troubles me. Mr. President, I will move the A65 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A65 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment. And just a gentle reminder, members, let's make sure that we sort of limit our comments to what's before the body, just so we don't lose track as to the great points that you are trying to make. Secretary will report the A65 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend the A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A65 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A65 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would request a roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested. Roll call vote has been granted. And again, this is an amendment to the amendment.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Senator Abler.
And so if, well, my comments are even different now, having adopted the previous amendment. But so if the individual has no rights that we can protect, could you at least give the individual some comfort if you're going to abort him or her? And this says, we discussed this in committee as one of the things we did get around to covering. One thing we didn't get to cover was the offering of, well, I'll just talk about the amendment first, then I'll offer a comment. So this amendment says that, that you should include that if you're going to have abortions, there includes the optional provision of anesthesia to the unborn fetus at a time of development when it can experience pain. And Mr. President, it is well known that these little babies can experience pain somewhere around the 20th week. The neural tubes and all that form, some say as early as 16, but certainly 20, and certainly in the few weeks beyond that, these individuals can truly experience pain, and that is a consensus position. It's not anything that's even debatable anymore. And so even when they're doing their intrauterine surgeries, surgeons are now giving even 16-week and beyond babies anesthesia as they work on some of these amazing repairs to some defects that some of these, yet unborn midterm babies have. And so I don't even think this should be controversial. But this just says, hello there, young woman. Hello there, young couple. Hello there, young, not young mom. Your baby can feel pain, and I realize you made the decision to go ahead with the abortion, and that's your right, and you can have the right all the time you want now, according to this amendment and this bill. But would you like to at least comfort your little baby so that as he leaves the chance to live on earth, that he or she would not experience pain? Mr. President, I usually don't even get Novocaine when I go to the dentist. I don't like even the prick of it, and I'd just rather suffer through and get done. But when we give Novocaine to a person, they put this little goo on inside your gum, which tastes horrible, and then your whole outside gum goes numb. And then they put the needle in there, which is a pretty minor needle, to give us comfort. And so I don't know why people wouldn't want to provide something to that when you're going to be when they can feel pain. They're actually pretty good sized. And Mr. President, I did not bring some books along that I happen to have showing the fetal development. And at 20, 23, 25 weeks, they're really recognizable as like little people. And so to get them out is not a small task, and not a going to the dentist kind of a task. And so, but at least if you're going to take this person away, would you please offer them the chance to not experience pain? Thank you, Mr. President.
Additional discussion. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I speak in favor of the Abler amendment to the amendment. I think it's important for members, when deciding how to vote on this amendment, to understand some of the science around pain for unborn babies. The science would show that unborn babies at certain stages of development likely feel more pain than you or I would. And the reason for that is, Mr. President and members, is that oftentimes the part of the brain responsible for pain modulation isn't fully developed yet. And pain modulation is simply the experience of feeling, pain initially, and then our brain modulating that pain so that we can actually, flee whatever type of situation that we're in. And so, Mr. President, members, I would just beg of you to adopt this amendment. I think it is very reasonable, and given the science of what we know about unborn babies, when they can feel pain and how they experience pain, I believe that this is a common sense thing that all Minnesotans would agree to.
Seeing no more discussion, a roll call has been requested. Did you want to speak on this one? I'm sorry. Oh, roll call has been requested and roll call has been granted. Senator Gruenhagen. Senator McQuaid, I'm sorry, did you still want to speak, Senator McQuaid? Okay, Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would just rise in support of Senator Abler's amendment. If anyone has doubts about this, they do unborn child fetal surgery, and they give the child anesthesia. Also, I think it was a little over a decade ago, a former member of NARAL, the National Abortion Rights out of New York, he did a documentary called The Silent Scream. And in there, they showed as these unborn children were being dismembered, they actually screamed inside the mother's womb. So if you have any doubts about that, watch that documentary. That former member of NARAL did over 1,000 abortions till it finally dawned on his conscience that this was wrong. Then he did that documentary. So please support Senator Abler's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary take the roll. I was waiting.
No, Mr. President, I was just waiting to be called on. I'm not trying to be dilatory, but all right, thanks. So I appreciate the attention to this. I did want to ask Senator Morrison if she would yield just to describe how this is handled in the ordinary business of
Who'd you ask to yield, Senator?
Well, I asked if Senator Morrison will yield to answer a question about the practical application.
Senator Morrison will yield.
Thank
Senator
you.
Abler.
Well, thank you. And Senator Morrison, we mentioned a little bit about ultrasounds. And so I know it's somewhere along the line on the right to know that you just talk about this topic. And I'm curious if you're aware if this even comes up in the day-to-day practice prior to an abortion, if the people are offered that or not. Thank you.
Senator Morrison, we are on the A65 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler. I would again say that we should not be mandating, legislating the practice of medicine in this chamber. There have been some comments about fetal pain and when that happens. Most rigorous studies have shown that that likely does not happen until much later in pregnancy when this is not an issue. But again, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment because we should not be legislating medical practice here.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I didn't bring 16 articles about fetal pain, but that's, I'm not going to debate the good doctor on the floor here about that. She does this, but my question was really about, do you make a point to offer women who are undergoing one of the most key experiences of their life the chance to make it a little better for the person who's going to be not ending the process with a chance to go meet them? And so I just wish that if members don't want to answer questions, then they shouldn't even yield. But I'm having a hard time getting my questions answered about when do human rights start, when does it become a person, and how does it even work in the day? And part of this is, Mr. President, is why I wanted this to go back to the committees so I could have the people in the audience tell us what they know about the day-to-day operations of Planned Parenthood and other places. That discussion is long gone, and I realize I can't make a motion to send it anywhere, which I'm not doing, but members, this is just humane. So please vote yes. Thank you.
I had a couple people over here. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Abler's motion, and I'm going to go back and tell a little story. It goes way back. My son now is 24 years old, and when my wife was pregnant at the time, she was having a tough time during the last term of her pregnancy. He was so big, he was a big boy, and so we would take a headphone set and play Van Morrison, and we'd put it on my wife's womb or on their belly, and he would calm down just by listening to Van Morrison. And go ahead about 5 years ahead after he was born, we would play Van Morrison on the radio, and he would instantly calm. So these babies that are not born yet feel pain and they feel pleasure. So when you vote today, use your emotion. This is record-breaking things that are happening in Minnesota today. But think about that. My son, before he was born, was calmed by listening to Van Morrison. And then later in life, the same thing happened. Think about that when you're voting today. What that unborn baby feels, not only pain, but pleasure. And I really hope you take a second thought across the aisle about thinking and voting in favor of this today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had not intended to stand up in relationship to this debate right now, but I stand up in support of Senator Abler's amendment. It causes me great distress when I hear people on this floor that really try to skirt around a question, not wishing to admit what science has proven. These last few years, we have been lectured mercilessly about accepting science. And yet when it comes to science supporting a measure that they really don't want to hear or to have dealt with, then all of a sudden it's not nearly so important. I deal with issues in the committees that I have served in over the years, Mr. President, that talk about the humaneness of animal livestock raising in agriculture. We've heard about bills on the floor that talk about the inhumane manner in which maybe people are incarcerated or against capital punishment. And yet, when we get to the topic of killing a baby, let's not try to alleviate any pain that occurs to them. Mr. President, is that really where we as a society have come to? Is that really what we as a society can accept? Mr. President, I really don't believe it is. And I would hope that the members of this Senate sitting on this floor here today would look hard and deep within themselves to say that they can really justify voting no on this amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, like Senator Weber, I wasn't planning to stand up on this amendment, but I think he and Senator Jasinski put it very well. This is about basic humanity. This is about compassion. To Senator Morrison's comments about not wanting to legislate procedures, I would draw her to the language in the amendment, including the optional provision. We're not mandating. We are not legislating that something happen. But we are providing in statute, as we've been told, this is to put belts and suspenders around what the Minnesota Supreme Court has determined. Then we should be clear that we are standing up for basic human humanity. Mr. President, whether you believe that I believe these unborn children feel pain, but shouldn't it be an option then an option to be able to prevent that pain from happening if this procedure were to go forward. We talk about the rights to make a decision. Shouldn't it be a right then to make a decision not to feel pain? This is about basic humanity, and it is not a mandate. And members, I encourage you to vote yes.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this language. It reminds me of why I invested in a pair of noise-canceling AirPods. My sons were in the NICU for about a month, and the sound that these little babies would make when IVs would get changed, when blood had to be drawn, when veins would collapse and they'd have to attempt to perform a scalp IV, was something that would haunt me long after I went home for the evening. The procedures we are talking about today, Mr. President, go much further than a needle poke. This amendment is attempting to add some humanity to an inhumane procedure. And I would encourage our members to seek out the humanity within themselves and support it.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote, and I really just want to ground us in some reality. When you're pregnant and you have an appointment where you might find out some information, it sets off a cascade of appointments. You see a neonatologist, a fetal medicine specialist, non-fetal stress tests, so on and so forth. And at every point in your pregnancy, you are given all of the information and all of the options about what's before you. And so what this amendment does, including the optional provision of anesthesia, it implies that that's not already an option when it is. Because if we wanted to go through and say all of the optional things that are possible, we could do that. It would be a 1 million page bill. Every pregnancy is unique. And instead of using amendments to pretend like pregnancy, labor and delivery, and abortion care are something that they're not, is not useful. And so when Senator Morrison talks about not legislating medical practice, it's because this is part of pregnancy care already. Pregnant people are given information, they are given options, and if in this circumstance or their circumstances, this is something that is useful, it's something that is an option and available, of course they're talked about with that. So we don't need to add it in, but I believe that I believe that we should be grounded in that reality, that this medical care and that this pregnancy care that people receive for whatever unique circumstance they are in pregnancy, we don't need to legislate that from here. And we don't need to pretend like this isn't already happening when it is. So I urge a no vote so that we can continue forth with setting forth this fundamental right and not trying to legislate different specific medical procedures for people who are pregnant. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the A65 amendment. And let me be clear, this is not pretending anything. We're talking about the common decency of offering a woman the ability to request anesthesia at the time of an abortion. And the science is clear. These unborn babies feel pain. There's some uncertainty about at which time that occurs in the pregnancy. But members, they feel pain. And I cannot understand why anyone would be against offering anesthesia in a case like this. And this idea that it's already in law, well, methinkest thou doth protest too much. If it's already in law, I would encourage you to not cast a no vote. And Mr. President, just yesterday, I think it was, we had the Crown Act on this floor. I voted for that, even though those rights were already protected in our human rights legislation. Members, I encourage a sensible, reasonable, humane yes vote on A65, and do not withhold anesthesia to these unborn children.
Still on the amendment to the amendment, the A65, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm again confused on what's happening here today. We were told that this bill needed to come forward to codify the law that's already in place, and Senator McQuaid just said that we don't need to codify this provision because it's currently offered in daily practice. Senator McQuaid, Mr. President, may I ask a question?
Senator, are you asking Senator McQuaid to yield for a question?
Yes, I am.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator McQuaid, could you please reconcile those two together for me? I'm just having a tough time doing that.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Johnson, for the question. The difference between the things that I'm talking about, Mr. President, is that a fundamental right, which has been articulated by the Minnesota courts, that is enshrined in our Constitution, we need to put that in our statute. Because as was mentioned earlier, there's actually many laws that conflict with the fundamental right to make private health care decisions for yourself without the government interfering or trying to sway you one way or the other. In this particular case, we do not need to put into our law books the specific medical procedures that people may take during their pregnancy to suggest that without these laws, people don't have access to the full range of options in their pregnancy care throughout their pregnancy. Now, what I can tell you is that without enshrining the fundamental right to choose our own reproductive health care decisions, there are laws, and there could be laws, that would force people to make decisions about their health care that they don't choose, which is why it's so important that we pass House File, Senate File 1. But to answer Senator Johnson's question, the difference is to articulate and be clear and codify the fundamental right that has been articulated by the courts, but we do not have to articulate every single specific medical procedure that one could get during pregnancy, because that's just not necessary. That is how medical care works. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm starting to see a little bit of the confusion. I think Senator McQuaid may be under the confusion here that the Doe v. Gomez case enshrined a fundamental right for reproductive care, but the reality is that it established a fundamental right for pre-viability abortion. Now what we're dealing with today is everything from sterilization to family planning, to fertility services, to counseling regarding reproductive health care, maternity care, preconception care, contraception, extremely broad. Plus, this goes beyond viability. So perhaps there was a little confusion on the underlying bill. I hope this helped to clarify what's going on. So what we're doing today is not codifying existing law. What we are doing is expanding it. So what the amendment is doing for this right now is saying that, hey, if this is current practice, let's make sure we put that into law. But what we're doing with the underlying bill is greatly outexpanding, radically outexpanding what the case had to say.
Senator Rasmussen, you're on the list. Okay. Seeing no further, Senator Jaskowski, we are talking about the amendment to the amendment, which is A65.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I support the A65 amendment to the amendment. Just listening to the debate, and you know, members, I saw a video the other day of what some of these late-term abortions look like. I'm sure many of you have seen it as well, Mr. President. We have practices that happen in this country where they rip the limbs off of the unborn baby in order to abort them. And some of the information I read suggests that babies can feel pain at a degree much greater than Adults can. Unborn babies can. I was doing a little looking at our Department of Health website here and trying to look at what we do as adults for pain management. I found this huge study that was done in a report. Here are some of the things that they list in a table of things we do for the adults in the room. And I'm not a doctor, I don't know what all of these things are, and I think I can say them. Trigger point injections, joint injections, peripheral nerve injections. These are for the adults, men and women. Facet joint nerve blocks, epidural steroid injections, radio frequency ablations, regenerative adult autolog system cell therapy, celiac plexus blocks, cryoneuroablation, neuromodulation, spinal cord stimulator, intrathecal pain pumps, epidural adiozoilus, I might have butchered that one, vertebral augmentation, Mr. President.
Point of order.
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Klein?
Mr. President, it's been the tradition and custom of this body that we do not allow reading of documents in full on the Senate floor.
Members, I will not rule on that, but it is the custom and uses of this body that we do not usually read unless it's our notes, like our notes from something we've written as opposed to from someone else. So just with that gentle reminder, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apparently, Senator Klein, you became either annoyed or fatigued at listening to the list.
So, Senator, what we don't do is that we will not impugn another member and why they did something. That is deeply rooted in our Senate tradition. So with all due respect, I ask that you refrain from that, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, apparently some members, Mr. President, are becoming fatigued at the list, and that was a point of order was drawn. Well, members, the effort behind that discussion, Mr. President, was to illustrate the extent to which we as adults in our health care, those of us who made it out alive, the extents to which we go at in order to control and prevent the realization of pain in our lives. And here we have a very sensible amendment by Senator Abler to provide the similar types of protection for babies that we know can feel pain, Mr. President. What are we doing? There shouldn't be any opposition to this. Mr. President, we have to adopt this amendment of Senator Abler's. It's common sense. This is where our culture is at, Mr. President. Our culture believes in this debate. This is the point in development where the biggest amount of our culture agrees on this subject. When the baby can feel pain and beyond. And we're going to, apparently, those opposed would purposefully keep this away from our healthcare people to be able to provide that for these, the youngest among us, the most defenseless among us. While we go ahead and do everything to provide the relief for the adults. So, Mr. President, I encourage adoption of the amendment. Members, I encourage you to think about the hypocrisy that exists in our policy here today between those defenseless people who are unborn who can feel pain immensely and what we do for adults who have successfully made it through birth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have such a grieved heart when I'm listening to this dialogue. When I hear the words being used to describe the most vulnerable among us in their mother's womb, and this language before us, the Abler Amendment that would seek to allow them to not feel the pain. Mr. President, I just appeal to the members for compassion and dignity. We, in our culture, we do not tolerate such cruelty. And we have examples of that. In our United States Constitution, the 8th Amendment prohibits cruel and unusual punishment because we recognize that pain is not something that the state should inflict or permit on another person. We recognize that when it comes to animals. And I pulled up Minnesota statute here, 343.21, overworking or mistreating animals. And subdivision 1 speaks about torture. No person shall overdrive, overload, torture, cruelly beat, neglect, or unjustifiably injure, maim, mutilate, or kill any animal, or cruelly work any animal when it is unfit for labor, whether it belongs to that person or another person. Members, Mr. President, members, I just urge you to think about and have compassion on these people, that we don't inflict pain. So, Mr. President and members, I strongly urge you to support the Abler A65 amendment. Thank you.
See no further discussion. The Secretary will take the roll. A roll call has been requested. A roll call was granted. Remember, we're on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A65. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Fa votes nay.
Senator Pa votes no. The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And clearly, I think this amendment needs some more work, so I will move to A114.
Senator Abler offers the
A114, Mr. President.
A114, amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend the A51 amendment to House File Number 1 as follows. This is the A114 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A114 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a simple amendment that says if the practitioner doesn't inform a minor about the risks of sterilization, that there's a cause of civil action. The things they might want to warn the minor about would be cervical laceration, heavy bleeding, uterine perforation, infections, heavy bleeding requiring transfusions. The abortion might not work. And there's just many things that are negative about this procedure that could happen. And so I think that they maybe want to inform all that. There's been a history of, actually I got some of those points were not actually to this, I apologize. But the abuse of sterilization is a big deal. And they want to be having, make sure that there's, wait, I'm on the wrong thing here. So it's abortion or sterilization. Everything I said is correct. I apologize, Mr. President. So they want to make sure that they know this is not going to the dentist. The testimony has been, this is a simple matter, it's safer than childbirth, go ahead and do this, and all will be well. And there's some very serious side effects that can come from an abortion, including psychotic and emotional challenges. Some commit suicide. It is not casual, and members, I urge a yes vote on this to protect these minors, because they're going to be by themselves in many cases, and this is only fair. So, Mr. President, I'll request a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested. A roll call vote has been granted. Any further discussions on the A14 amendment to the amendment? Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I really just wanted to, again, ground us in some reality. 95% plus of minors who access abortion care talk to a trusted adult before they do so. It's not always a parent. It usually is. Sometimes it's an aunt. I'm an auntie. I know I have nieces, nephews who come to me about important things. Sometimes it's a grandparent. But minors do talk to trusted adults before they access abortion care. And you know, to the 114 amendment, every medical procedure that people have in the state of Minnesota and across the country comes with informed consent. The good news for this body is that we don't have to tell doctors what to tell patients, and we should not, because with the exception of 3 of us in this room, we are not doctors. But based on medical standards, practices, what's appropriate for the patient, what's appropriate for the situation, medical providers provide information to patients about the health care that they are accessing or might need to access or have experienced or whatever. And so, again, we're delving into this area where we are making assumptions about what abortion care is and is not, and what medical providers do and don't do. But I want to ground us in the reality that every medical procedure that Minnesotans have, regardless of their age, regardless of the kind of medical care they're getting, it comes with informed consent. And so we as a legislative body do not have to write into our laws what information doctors need to provide. They already do that, and it's actually appropriate for the patient and appropriate for the situation. So I'm going to encourage a no vote.
To the amendment to the amendment, the A14 Abler amendment. Is there anyone else before Senator Abler? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in favor of the Abler amendment. Mr. President, I just wanted to address a point that was brought up that was claiming that in every instance, medical professionals are already providing this information. And Mr. President, I had the opportunity to go to a panel discussion where there was a number of women who had abortions. And all three of them up on the panel who had talked about their experiences said that they were not told by the provider that they may experience emotional repercussions following the procedure, including depression, guilt, and distress. And because they were not provided with that information, they live today with damages. And so, Mr. President, I think this is a very common sense amendment. It also just applies, I believe, to minors. And especially, Mr. President, since the underlying bill does away with any notion of parental consent for minors, I think it's important for the minors to be provided with the information on the risks that these procedures could have for them.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I heard a member mention something about doctors performing abortions. I do believe that if this law passes, you could be a mechanic in a garage and perform an abortion. So are mechanics inclined with the knowledge to inform people of how to safely perform an abortion and how to safely go through the healthcare practices? And even right now, I believe that abortion clinics, it's not always doctors performing abortions. So that seems to me would be an incorrect statement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein? Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Abler, I'm sorry. I did say that we were going to come back to you.
I was being polite.
I'm sorry.
You said anybody before Senator Abler, and so I just wanted to opine. I wasn't even going to comment again, but when Senator May Quaid said 95% are all good to go, 5% of 10,000 is 500. And a good number of those are actually quite young. And so I don't have the numbers in front of me. If you want to wait a minute, I'll pull them up. But let's say 10% of those are minors. That's 50 minors who are going to be cheering out in the hallway. And God bless the people. Mr. President, that was an amazing demonstration today of America and Minnesota. And people with deeply held beliefs, passion, feelings, everything were out there. And I wanted to go wander amongst them. And I felt no fear walking. I went down the one side and then down the other side where they were kind of divided in halvesies. And one side was less enthusiastic about me going there, but I did not feel any fear because that's the great system we have here. I think our discussion on the floor here has been extremely respectful, and Mr. President, you've actually facilitated that. But so some of those young people are out there going like, yeah, this is something we need to fight for, and I want my daughter to have this freedom, and I get that. And so in that enthusiasm of the moment, there's a few details you might want to know. And when we were out knocking on doors this last summer, it was like, oh, we need to protect this right to have this. And as Senator Duckworth said really eloquently in the beginning, I heard that a lot too. But what I didn't hear was that a 14-year-old girl, young woman, whatever, would have the freedom to go and, without telling anybody, actually the court had not ruled yet in some of these cases as we were knocking on the doors. It came after that. But in many cases, they didn't even know the extent of the current practice. But so they weren't thinking that a 14-year-old could go get an abortion after being coerced by her often 20-year-old boyfriend. And if you read the data, a lot of these first abortions and first sexual experiences are from young men who are of majority and they are minors. And it's really common. And I was as shocked as I've been preparing for some of these discussions of what I read and the pain. And so they don't want to tell their parents. That it's like, let's just get it out of the way. And so it's not thought through. And there may be no adult in their life that they trust. And maybe it's one of their friends, like, yeah, I'll go with you. So you have two 14-year-old kids going down. And there's standards of practice, I know. But there is a whole bell curve of like amazing standard of practice where there's this sage doctor who goes like, let's talk about this. And have you thought about what's going on? And compared to the stampede that this bill seems to want to be creating, with no guardrails and no guarantee that this person will have that informed opportunity to decide truly. This just says, according to the doctors here, this says, please do what you've been doing. But I gotta believe there's some clinics and some clinicians who do not practice that. And in the rush, there was a reason the Right to Know had a 24-hour waiting period, was to slow it down. And the idea of the ultrasound viewing at that point was to, it's like, do you know what you're doing? It wasn't meant to be hurtful to the individuals. As a matter of fact, I know there was an effort, still is, to repeal it. Well, let's fix it. Let's make it work. Let's make sure that the information is medically accurate, but slow it down, would you please? What is the rush to make this life-changing decision, which is not without consequence? I read a list of some of the physical side effects, but Mr. President, I don't know what half of this body is reading when they're not noticing the psychological challenges and the lifelong depression that faces some of these women. Some of them came down to the Capitol on Sunday to say, please, please, I had an abortion, I regret it.
Senator Abler, I just want to bring you back to the A114. And I know that we're passionate about these, and members, I'm trying to be as thoughtful as possible, but you're not being as helpful when it comes to making sure we have sound debate and we stay to what you're asking us to do. So,
good advice.
Senator Abler?
Good advice.
Just to the A14, please.
Yeah, but that was actually, that's why you need this. So, and with that, members, I hope that this can go in the bill. At least it's a guardrail. And Mr. President, thanks for reining me in. I'm trying to stay focused, and it's just so deep to me. So, and so many people. Thanks a lot.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I was listening to the conversation from Senator May Quaid on consent and age, a couple things came to mind, and I'm wondering if Senator May Quaid would yield for a question.
Senator May Quaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator May Quaid. Senator May Quaid, do you recall or are you familiar that the Minnesota legislature in 2020 raised the age of consent to purchase tobacco from the age of 18 to 21?
Senator May Quaid.
Yes.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator May Quaid would yield for one more question.
Will you yield for another question? Yes, she will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator May Quaid. As we're discussing this amendment to the amendment in front of us in regards to minors and consent, etc., as I had referenced in the previous amendment to the amendment, I'm concerned about minors and their inability to understand the full capacity of what they're doing and their decision making. And we have examples of that all across Minnesota statute. Just one of them, one of the more recent ones, was the tobacco. Now, raising from 18 to 21 isn't even minors. It's removing the ability for those that are aged 18, 19, and 20 from consenting. And so my question, Mr. President and Senator May Quaid, do you agree that there are topics, whether minors or even adults in the state of Minnesota, that we should not allow for them to make decisions on their own?
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Lucero for the question. Mr. President, what I believe is actually not important. What I can tell you is that the Minnesota legislature, in its infinite wisdom, has already said what minors can consent to, and I'll just read it for you. 144.343, minors can consent to medical, mental, and other health care services to treat pregnancy, venereal disease, alcohol, and other drug abuse, and the consent of no other person is required. And so we don't have to think about hypothetical scenarios. We already know that minors can access health care to treat pregnancy, including abortion care, without notifying or getting the consent of their parents. However, most of them do. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to highlight how extreme this bill is. And voting against this amendment to the amendment would highlight how extreme and dangerous this bill is for the health of all Minnesotans. What Senator May-Quade just listed was a handful of very specific examples that don't include the very invasive, in some cases, non-reversible procedures. That list she just listed, drug and alcohol abuse, or counseling, or something to that effect. That is far different than what the Abler amendment to the amendment is seeking to do, such as sterilization. Those are worlds apart. And if we will not allow a minor to consent to get their ear pierced, if we won't allow an adult age 20 to purchase a pack of cigarettes, if we won't allow a 20-year-old to purchase a handgun, we won't allow a 17-year-old to vote, we won't allow a 16-year-old to enter into a legally binding contract. They cannot consent to these things because they don't understand the full gravity and potential unintended consequences. Moreover, Mr. President, Senator May-Quade referenced a 95%. Now that leaves 5%, and in a scenario, as Senator Abler cited, in 10,000, it would be 500. But, Mr. President, I don't want just one minor to undergo a procedure that's irreversible and has lifelong consequences because they made a decision lacking the capacity of what that decision would mean. And so, members, Mr. President, members, we need to have common sense. Minnesotans expect us to have common sense. Minnesotans wanted us to be reasonable. And one more thing I would add. Minnesotans elected us. I have heard from a number of members, Mr. President, around the chamber that they can't make the decision, it's not up to them, it doesn't matter what their opinion is. Well, that is the exact opposite of what our role is. We have to create statute. We are the legislative branch. And it is our responsibility, it is our duty to make those decisions, such as the amendment to the amendment before us. And we have to define on who can consent and who can't. This is a dangerous bill, and this amendment to the amendment seeks to make this a little bit better, a little bit less extreme. And so, Mr. President, members, please vote green on the Abler amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have the ability here to prevent something. We have the ability to prevent in young people mental instability arising out of what I can only imagine can be a horrific experience. What the amendment says, members, is if a minor, 13 or 14 years old, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, gets an abortion or a sterilization, that we would require that they be afforded the information about how that could affect them, not only then, Mr. President, but for years to come. Maybe, Mr. President, for the rest of their lives. And we are going to deny them that information? This extreme approach by the majority, Mr. President, is harmful to our kids. I mean, we had an amendment in front of us to allow anesthesia, and it was another extreme decision by the majority to say no. We had an amendment to say at least provide the option for ultrasound and make that a fundamental freedom. And the Democrat majority, Mr. President, said no. Another extreme decision. Way off base with Minnesotans. I don't know a Minnesotan who would say that we shouldn't do those. I don't know one. I hear some arguing here today. I don't know any in my district that would say that. I'm meeting some today, Mr. President, that are saying no. And it's causing me to really not understand. Mr. President, I'm out of sync. Reality is out of sync with what we are hearing here today. It's out of sync with this bill, Mr. President. It's out of sync with the opposition to this very common sense amendment. We're going to be entertaining, Mr. President, legislation. I'm sure the Health and Human Services Committee is going to be entertaining legislation to figure out how to deal with the mental health crisis, as I've heard it said, that is plaguing our youth. Mr. President, half of those youth are women, young women, girls. And this amendment would help prevent negative impacts in mental health for girls. That is a type of responsibility, Mr. President, members, that we are sent here. That is our responsibility to prevent negative impacts in policy on people, including young girls. It is extreme to say no to this common sense amendment. It's a simple vote, members. Vote yes. Vote with the people of Minnesota that want common sense, that want to protect our young girls. Not the extreme discussion you're hearing from the Democrat majority here today, but from the people back home. Their sensibilities will guide you. They'll guide you in the direction that you signed up for when you ran for office. They'll guide you in the direction that they expect as they're watching you here today. They'll guide you in the direction that they expect when you go back home to sit down in the cafe to talk with them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and I rise to just encourage my members across the aisle to think seriously what the base bill does. This amendment to the amendment is completely reasonable. Basically the base bill strips away all traditional protection for minor young girls. And it leaves open the sexual exploitation of those girls by men. I really believe if you knew the statistics, it's a much higher percentage than what you imagine. How many young girls are exploited, then left to themselves and pushed into an abortion? Ladies, this bill, without any of these amendments, should be retitled The Sexual Exploitation and Isolation of Minor Girls. That's what it should be titled, because that's the message you're sending for your daughters and your young children. So members, and I especially have to address the ladies. Ladies, come to your senses. Think of what you're doing. Okay? You're opening the door to the
Senator, I just want to make sure that we are speaking with the appropriate decorum and that you stay on this amendment to the amendment. I know that you've mentioned a couple of times the underlining bill, but we're not there. We're on the A114 amendment, if you will, my good friend.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the correction. Without this amendment, think about what the underlying bill actually does. This amendment at least provides minimal protection for, and even civil action, for minor girls who have been exploited, okay? Let's not leave them completely defenseless. Let's add a few protections for them while they're being, if they're being sexually exploited. So members, especially ladies, think of what the door we're opening with this bill without any of these amendments like A114. Please vote in support of it if you care about your minor daughters and protecting them to some degree. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussions, the secretary take the roll. Oh, Senator Mitchell, did you want to speak or can we go and vote? All right, the secretary take the roll. Remember, members, we're on the amendment to the amendment, the A114. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Pa votes nay.
Senator Pa votes no. The secretary will close the roll. With there being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We are now back on the A51 amendment as amended. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no more amendments to this amendment. I think it's really a bad amendment. I urge members to vote no. It was a really good amendment for Mr. President. I kind of morphed along the way, and I appreciate the discussion on this amendment. But
And your amendment,
I urge members to
Senator
vote
Abler.
no. Thank you.
Which
no,
amendment?
I think that we can vote on this. I urge members to vote no.
I'm sorry? What are we doing? All right, seeing that there are no further
Mr. President?
discussion. Senator Dizik.
I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll. We are on the A51 amendment as amended. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under 40.7.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Powell votes no. The secretary will close the roll. There being 0 yeas and 67 noes, the amendment is not adopted. We are now on House File 1. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had no idea my advice would be taken so seriously by this body, so thank you for listening. Mr. President, I move the A120.
Senator Abler moves the A120 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment. Once we get it, just give us a little time just because
Mr. President,
there's a lot.
I have time, Mr. President.
Oh, you're okay. All right, the secretary will report the A120 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows, page 1, line 11. This is Amendment A120.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. This actually mostly deletes the word sterilization. That's the point of this amendment as a choice. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to the history of sterilization, and most of you probably have not, but maybe some of you have, and maybe we'll hear from what you think about that. But if there is a single abusive, next to abortion, which I think is right up there, but if there's another really bad thing that has happened to women across the world in the last several centuries, it has been forced sterilization, coerced sterilization, sterilization so you can't get health care without being sterilized, and particularly in people of low income and BIPOC, racial minorities, across the world. And giving this a fundamental right to this, I think is just opening up Pandora's box about the potential for abuse. And there's just, if you Google sterilization abuse, Mr. President, you will discover lots of abuse. And reading an article from what's their group? It's the National Women's Health Network. Curiously enough, they were criticizing NOW, and the National Organization of Women, for being soft on this, and they were able to get waiting periods. Mr. President, just so you know, in Minnesota, if you want to get sterilized currently, you have to wait 30 days to do that. Curious enough about the 24-hour waiting period for an abortion. Sterilization is so much more, well, they're both, I don't know why you want to have a 30-day for an abortion, but anyways, but it's a big deal, and they make people wait and really think about it. And I don't think we should make that a fundamental right, Mr. President. I don't want to leave it lying around for someone to be abused, particularly in this bill, given the current state of law in Minnesota. Now, under the previous regime of laws that we had, that's not the right word, but in the previous array of laws we had before they were struck down last summer, a person seeking this kind of service as a minor would have to have their parents be somehow involved. That is not the case now, Mr. President. And if you listen to Senator Gruenhagen talk about his concerns about trafficking and abuse, it does happen, Mr. President. It particularly happens in runaways and in young girls, and the very common runaway trafficking person is 14 years old. And so, if it's necessary, I can remind you about some of the international abuses, but they are many. And they start in our own South with just innumerous things. And so you probably already believe it's a dangerous procedure. I think it should not be a fundamental right. It could still be perhaps under the not limited to, but I wanted to take the not limited to away so that it doesn't include that at all. So, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call on this very important amendment. And I urge people to, since you're kind of listening to me, vote yes. Thank you.
Roll call vote has been requested. Roll call vote has been granted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this amendment. I was going to speak on this later, but now that the amendment's here, I will bring it up now. And I will bring it up again later because this is very important to me. This is personal to me. As I was reading through this law, this House File 1, and looking at, again, how extreme this is. And it talks about sterilization, and it talks about every individual, doesn't say boy or girl, doesn't say man or woman, it says every individual. There's no age limit, and I've heard the number thrown out here, age 14, but this doesn't stop at 14. This could be 13, 12, this could be whatever. It could be both male and female, and granting the fundamental right. Therefore, it can't be taken away if this law passes. And I wonder, and I'm not going to ask questions, but just a rhetorical question, how many of us that have children, that have raised children to adulthood, would believe that a 11, 12, even 15-year-old child has the ability to make these decisions, and yet here we are. It's just so extreme. The words don't even want to come out of my mouth when I think about this. And as I was reading this, there's some history behind this. And I intend to talk about it now, and I intend to talk about it later, because back in this whole sterilization, this eugenics program started back in the early 1900s. And I don't know, as a member of the White Earth Nation, I don't know any family that wasn't at one time affected by this, including my own, where young women would, at the time they called it get into trouble, they'd be shipped off somewhere, and they would be sterilized. And it didn't always have to happen if they got pregnant. And this has been going on, and it was back and forth in the courts. And by the 1970s, they actually passed what I believe is the preview to this law, this horrible, extreme law. And in 1970, it was called Family Planning Services Population Research Act of 1970. And when this thing was passed, they estimate that maybe 25%, all the way up to 50% perhaps, of Native American girls were sterilized. Some of them did go in for abortions, and that's true, but most of them, that's not always the case. The extreme cases were 2 15-year-old girls went in for tonsillectomy into the Indian Health Services, and because of this act, they were sterilized, and they didn't even know it. And even in this law that was passed in 1970, just like the law we see before us today, you had to have approval. But you didn't always get approval. It was happening anyway, or they were coerced, or they were lied to. In one case, a 20-year-old woman went in. She was having some problems with drug and alcohol abuse, and they performed a hysterectomy on her, and they told her that if she agreed to do that, they could be reversed later. 6 years later, she was married and decided to start a family, and she went in to get it reversed, and they told her, no, you can't. She was lied to. These kind of laws devastate people for years to come.
Members, I want to gently remind us, I know that this is a very tough and emotional issue. It is the tradition of this body that we don't hit on desk, and we don't yell. We speak with clarity and with the required emotion. So I'm not suggesting that it's not an emotional topic, and this is something that's near and dear to you. But I ask the members, all members, not just one, to refrain from hitting and yelling in this chamber. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it is very emotional to me. And I won't go into my own family stories, because I don't think it's proper to tell personal stories unless I talk to the people first. But this practice has gone back and forth. This practice in 1970, by 1977, it was supposedly ended, but it really was not. And this kind of stuff still happens today. And now in Minnesota, we're going to codify this into our law once again. And when you look back through history, and we look at all kinds of things that happened in our history, and we judge those people, They don't care, they're dead. But here we are, and we're making the exact same decisions that they made. And how will history judge us as this moves forward? This amendment is a good amendment. These words should never be in here. This bill should never be in front of us, but these words should certainly not be in here. And to think that we can do this without imposing any kind of a limitation on anything. I just trying to imagine a young girl, 12, 13 years old, going in because she's having problems, and maybe they perform an abortion, and in a late-term abortion, and that young baby is pulled out, and she has to watch it die. If it doesn't die, according to this law, it can be laid on a table and die. This is wrong. I'm going to end there. There's much more to talk about this, but I urge a yes vote on the Abler amendment.
Senator Dibble, to the A120 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'll be very brief. I wanted to respond to Senator Green's arguments in favor of the Abler amendment. Everything Senator Green talked about is terrible and should never happen in people's lives. And thankfully, the bill brought to us by Senator McEwen addresses that very matter. And so, members, I want to draw your attention to lines 1.14 to 1.16, where it says quite clearly, reproductive freedom. Every individual has a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about the individual's own reproductive health, including the fundamental right to use or refuse reproductive health care. So once again, I commend Senator McEwen for bringing an important bill in front of us that affirms people's right to autonomy, to self-determination, to make decisions about fundamental things in their own private life, so that everything that Senator Green just described will not happen to those people. Thank you, Mr. President.
We are on the A120 amendment. Seeing no discussions, I'm missing one. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. The history that Senator Green described is absolutely true. We know that our Native communities have been plagued by violence and attempts to exterminate us. That is true, absolutely true. And as we have gone through this discussion, we hear about, Senator Gruenhagen has brought up many times about these young girls who are easy prey to traffickers and violence and all of those sort of things. But I think we have to stop and think, as we have all of these male members standing up trying to manage women or reproductive freedoms for individuals, who are those perpetrators? And so I remember when I was working on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force, and we had a hearing, and we were hearing horrific things about the violence against our Native women. And there was a county attorney from Stearns County there. And the question was posed to her, like, who is this? Who does this? And her response was, white men in their mid-30s with disposable income, a wife and children. These are the people that are preying on us. These are the people, these are the things that we should be creating laws around, not women and their reproductive rights. I want to ask Senator Abler a question, if he would allow.
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kunesh.
So my question to Senator Abler, if we were to strike the word sterilization from here, would that mean that women who have difficult pregnancies and their doctor, after discussing with them very thoroughly the repercussions, the consequences, would that mean that that woman would not be able to become sterilized? She could have her tubes tied if she so choose after going through difficult pregnancies.
Senator Abler, to the question. We're on the A120 amendment.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. And so if I understand what you're saying is a person goes in and wants to have a sterilization, the ordinary days of their health care that they go get. This doesn't prohibit that at all. But I want to remind, I'll look at you, I'm sorry. Mr. President, I wish we could look at each other. I think it would make the dialogue better. I understand the Senate rule, and you're really good to look at, and you're always so attentive, at least most of the time. So I appreciate that.
Well, Senator, thank you for the compliment.
Yeah.
Continue to speak through me.
I will
Thank
continue to speak to you, and it bounces off, and I got it. But here's the deal. This is not a bill to outlaw any procedure. This is a bill to enshrine in statute the fundamental right to an array of services that are not currently fundamental rights. And so taking the word sterilization out of this would merely take away the fundamental right of a 14-year-old to go on her own to a doctor and say that that she wants to get a sterilization. That's all it would take away, the fundamental right part. If she still wants to go under current law, she can still go. But my concern is about the abuse, and this is happening on the border today, Mr. President. And so I'll leave. So it would not change her one little bit, Senator Kunish.
Senator Kunish.
Yes, I think it would have definitely repercussions, because if the word sterilization were to be removed, it would be ambiguous. It would not give that woman the right to make that choice. And so I would suggest to all of the members to vote no on this amendment, because once again, it is an amendment by a non-female trying to regulate the right of each one of us to choose our own reproductive rights.
Senator Howell. Excuse me. Yes, Senator Howell. You're on my list right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand here as a man who has been elected by the people of my district, and to suggest that because I'm a male, I cannot represent the women of my district upsets me. That would nullify a lot of discussion. Mr. President, you should not allow that type of discussion in this chamber. To say that an elected member of this body cannot represent the opposite sex of their district. And that's what's being suggested by the senator today, twice in this discussion. Because the majority, the tens of thousands, I shouldn't say tens of thousands, but the thousands of emails that I have received and phone calls were mainly from the women of my district. And I plan to stand here today and represent those women. Because if you tell me that I cannot stand here, Mr. President, and voice their concerns, you have silenced all those women. And that is inappropriate in this chamber, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, Senator Abler. Oh, Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So sterilization for underage girls is just very extreme. It really bothers me as a father of 8 daughters. I just can't believe that a parent would stand for that. But I want to talk, too, a little bit about the history of sterilization in this country, just that forced sterilization, because there is a history. In 1920s, there was a case called Buck versus Bell. And Carrie Buck was accused of being unfit feeble-minded and not fit to have children. So they went all the way to the Supreme Court. This was in Virginia. They went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court got it wrong, like they sometimes do. And the vote was 8-1. And so when I was reading this, I like to see who the one is, because that's the man or the woman that will stand against their peers, against their colleagues, to do what's right. And that's the kind of man I want to be and ascribe to. Interesting enough, that man was from Minnesota. Pierce Butler stood against 8 of his colleagues and said, "This is wrong." And he was right. So I stand here saying this is wrong to allow this option, this health freedom that it's so called, for young girls. It could be as young as 10, 11, 12. So I stand in support of the Abler Amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have to go according to my list, and I'll make sure I get each person. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I was listening to the conversation from Senator Kunesh, I had some clarifying thoughts that I need as we are considering this amendment to the amendment. And so based on that, Mr. President, to help myself and members of the body bring clarity to this amendment to the amendment, I'm wondering if the chief author of the underlying bill would yield for a series of questions.
So, Senator Lucero, you're asking for the chief author of the amendment or the chief author of the bill?
The underlying bill, Mr. President.
We are on the amendment, so all your questions must be directed to what's before the body. What's before the body is the A20 amendment to the amendment.
Okay, Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry. So I prefaced my requesting the chief author of the underlying bill to yield for a question with some remarks. You were distracted, and so you may not have heard. Based on the comments from Senator Kunesh that I heard, it brought up some information to help me in my consideration of the amendment to the amendment that I need clarified on the section of the underlying bill that is seeking to be amended that I need answered, and that can only happen by the chief author of the underlying bill. So based on that, that's the reason why I asked for the chief author to yield for a series of questions. But then you said some remarks that I don't understand. Are you saying that I can't ask her to yield?
Senator, what I'm saying is, if you're going to, and I did seek to get some clarification from my read of it, if you're going to ask the chief author of the bill to yield, any and all your questions must really pertain and connect to the amendment which is before the body. So if I'm getting the assurances that that is what your inquiry is going to be and connect to that, because there's a nexus to the amendment, then we would so allow it if she would yield for a question. Are you asking her to yield?
I am asking her, yes.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate those remarks, and that's why it was in my attempt, and again, I understand that you were distracted there. It was my attempt to preface that my questions for the chief author are pertaining to the conversation from Senator Kunesh and are related to the amendment that's before us. So I need clarification. That was the reason why. So again, I appreciate this dialogue. So my first question is, based on the conversation I heard with Kunesh, she had made some references that this is a bill on women, and she had actually asked Senator Abler to yield in pertaining to the amendment to the amendment. And then her remarks were focused on women. So my first question for the chief author of the bill is the underlying bill pertaining to just women, or is this pertaining to both men and women?
Are you asking that of Senator McEwen?
The member I asked to yield, correct.
Yeah, Senator McEwen, The question is whether this is for men and women. I believe that's the question. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. I just need a little bit of clarification. Is the question whether the entire bill refers just to women?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm very happy to clarify. In the conversation that Senator Kunesh asked Senator Abler to yield, she had asked the question, would removing the word sterilization and then she went on and suggested women. My question for the underlying bill author is this underlying bill, will it pertain to just women, and I'm using the word women, of those age 18 and above? Would it also pertain to adult women in addition to adult men?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. In answer to that question, I must confess that I had to run out to take a restroom break and did not hear the interchange, so I am missing some of the context. But the bill refers to individuals. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
And then just one follow-up, if she would yield again.
Will you continue to yield? She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a further point of clarification, does your bill, in the use of the word individual as it is in the bill, will that apply to girls, those under the age of 18, and boys under the age of 18?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. Again, the PRO Act does not change any laws about minors or abortion health care and the relationship right now that exists to access for minors for abortion care. As we've already discussed, minors can already consent to pregnancy care, abortion care, venereal disease treatment, mental health services. Again, the PRO Act codifies what is currently Minnesota law. That is, that it provides that we have a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about our own health care, and it does refer to individuals. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that clarifies for the body that this bill is going to have an impact men, women, girls, and boys. Males and females, regardless of age. Second, this extreme bill erodes, contrary to what was just heard, that it doesn't change law. In fact, actually, if she would yield, I wasn't my intention, but based on her most recent answer, would the underlying chief author of the bill yield for another question?
You're asking for the chief author to yield for another question. Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. You just listed several things in the context that law wouldn't be changed. Under present law, does a minor boy or a minor girl have the ability to get themselves sterilized at the age of 10?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Lucero. I'm going to perhaps defer to our medical doctors here in the room to discuss what the medical practice might be, but my understanding, again, well, not my understanding, but what the PRO Act does is codify rights that we enjoy now. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything in regard to the questions that are being asked about minors either. So the PRO Act is for all Minnesotans, and I guess I will just leave it if we know that there are medical standards of practice that doctors and healthcare providers have, that they follow, that they have to abide by, and I guess I'm not a doctor, so I don't exactly know how that works, but thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would she yield? Would Senator McEwen yield again?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And perhaps I wasn't clear. I'm not asking a medical question. I'm not asking about medical procedures. I'm not asking about medical guidance. I'm not asking about a doctor's opinion. I am asking, under Minnesota law, does a minor, boy or girl, preteen, have the right to sterilize themselves?
Senator McEwen, and I would like to remind the body, we need to tighten up the focus of our questions to make sure it's about the amendment that is before us. But Senator
Mr. President,
McEwen,
actually, before you give it to her, I would actually, on that note, my question about sterilization and present law is directly 100% related to the amendment before us, which is dealing with sterilization. I cannot become any more focused. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Respectfully, this is just simply not how medical care works, reproductive medical care, and it's just not a thing. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not getting an answer. My question is, as I'm considering this amendment to the amendment on sterilization, and Senator Abler's attempt to remove the word sterilization, I want to know if minors presently have that ability under Minnesota law without any parental consent or notification. And I need to know that because this bill would allow that. And I've heard it repeated that this doesn't change law. So I need to know if it's going to change law as I'm considering the question before us. So on that note, Mr. President, because the chief author said she doesn't know, effectively, those may not have been her exact words, but that's effectively what it's leading to, I guess I'll have to ask some other members. Would Senator Dietzig yield for a question?
Senator, we are not going to have a time where we're wasting time. Now, I've been very patient, but we're not going to go through every member of the body in order to try to answer a question that you also have Senate counsel to go through and you have researchers on your side in order to do. Now, I'm being as patient as possible, but I would not, my wish is not to waste the body's time, okay, as it pertains to that question.
Mr.
But
President?
we will go to a doctor who is in the room. Senator,
So are you taking the floor away from me, just to make sure I understand?
Okay, nope, you're right. Is there someone else that you would like? You said that you need to understand the question, and I'm trying to help you get it answered.
I'm trying to, a doctor will not be able to, in my opinion, Mr. President, a doctor isn't going to be able to answer that. I need somebody more familiar with Minnesota statute. It was my presumption that the chief author of the bill would understand the ramifications of her bill and how it impacts present law. I asked 3 times, wasn't able to get an answer. I suspect I wasn't able to get an answer because this does change current law. And in doing so, this is very extreme. This bill before us is extreme. That's why this amendment before us, amendment to the amendment, is seeking to change that. This bill puts us far outside the mainstream of the rest of the country and puts us on par with radical countries around the world. The Abler amendment to the amendment is seeking to put some controls, Mr. President. This bill, this radical, extreme...
Mr. President, point of order.
For what purpose, Senator Friends, do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask you, Mr. President, to remind members that we are on the amendment and to keep remarks confined to the amendment so that we can move the business of the Senate along. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, just another friendly reminder.
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator Pratt.
Thank
For
you,
what
Mr.
purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order in response to Senator Frentz, and as well as the proceedings today. Before Senator Lucero began to speak, and he asked the chief author of the underlying bill to
Senator Pratt, what is
yield.
your point of order?
My point of order, sir, is you chastised Senator Lucero about staying to the amendment, and now we are continuing to take the floor away from him. The point of second
Mr.
reading
President,
is
point
to
of
debate.
order.
Excuse me. I'm on my point of order. sir.
That's not a point of order, Senator Pratt.
Members,
It's an argument with the President, which is not in order.
members.
Mr. President, I think I
the
have
reason why I'm pausing is because I'd like for you to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I realize that this is a very difficult topic. Senator Pratt and the others, I'm going to just gently remind you, and then I'm going to ask you to sit down, okay? Because we want to give him a chance to finish what he's saying as long as it is to the amendment. So I did not chastise, just so that we're clear on our words, because words mean something, especially to us lawyers that are in the room. What I've reminded everyone throughout the day is to make sure any discussion is to the amendment. And in fact, sometimes when people were talking, and if they were going afoot, I wouldn't do it on the mic. I simply hold up the sheet of paper that they've seen me do in order to make sure that their comments got back to the A20 or whatever amendment that we were on. And now, so if you have a point of order that is rooted in a rule, I'll be happy to hear it. If I don't, then I'm going to go back to and not rule on the point of order, but allow the individual to finish. Now, Senator Lucero, if you would keep your comments so kindly, I gave you some latitude because you told me that the chief author of the bill needed to ask some questions that you felt were important and had a nexus to the 120 amendment. And so the only thing I said is I was not going to let you start questioning every person in the body because there was some information that you wanted that you also had access to. So with that being said, you may continue, but with those parameters, if you would be so kind.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the reason Senator Dietzig was among the members I'd asked to yield after Senator McEwen was because she's a co-author on the bill. And perhaps because Senator McEwen was unable to answer my question related to sterilization, Senator Dietzig would have been able to answer that. That was the reason. At this point, I'm still seeking to get that answer, so what I would like to do is ask Senator Limmer to yield if he's willing.
Senator Limmer, are you willing to yield? Senator Limmer will yield. Is Senator Limmer a co-author?
Senator Limmer is not a co-author on the bill.
All right. Senator Limmer.
What Senator Limmer is somebody with long-standing historical institutional knowledge as a member of the Public Safety Committee.
Absolutely.
And he may have the answer. I don't know. So my question, Mr. President, for Senator Limmer is, does he know, and he may not know, but does he know if minors can get sterilized right now without any parental involvement, consent, or notification?
Senator Limmer, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, I'm not an expert on this, but I have been listening to the discussion. I think what you're trying to get an answer to is, what is the difference between the current practice of those who seek sterilization versus what Senator McEwen and the new standard would be if this bill passed? I think that's the question, and I think Senator McEwen, being the chief author of the bill, should know that difference.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is exactly the question I'm trying to ask, and I understand your position, as I know Senator Gruenhagen had earlier mentioned. He doesn't envy the position that you're in, and I appreciate your patience with this conversation. And I assure you, it is not my intention to delay. I'm not trying to drag the feed. That's honestly not what I'm doing. Wholeheartedly, I only got up to rise as a result of the conversation I heard from Senator Kunesh. It's the only reason I got up, because I heard it was related. She only used the word women, and then the conversation on sterilization. That's the reason why, because I heard that this doesn't change law, and it's my understanding that it does. That this bill does change the law. It does change Minnesota practices. It will be expansive, and it'll eliminate parental involvement in their minor children's health care decisions with no age limits, as we defined in the very first hour of this bill. I asked the question, is there any age parameters? And there aren't any. And so this extreme bill puts us on par with countries around the world such as China and North Korea. This amendment to the amendment, this amendment, it's not an amendment to the amendment, this amendment seeks to add a little bit of control, put some guardrails, and to protect our minor children from sterilization. We do not want minor children to be sterilized without parental involvement. So with that, Mr. President and members, please vote for this amendment to the Democrat extreme bill. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe I should get a t-shirt that says this: I'm going to reground us in reality. The first piece that I want to distinguish is the difference between government-forced sterilization, which is akin to government-forced birth, which is the horrific history we've been talking about of sterilization in this country. It happened to indigenous people, black people, Latinas, and it's horrific. The PRO Act establishes each individual's right to ensure that they can make that decision or not, separating us from countries like North Korea and China that use the government to force people to have children or force people to have abortions. This allows Minnesotans to retain that right. And I really want to clear up any confusion. The thing that stands between 10-year-old boys seeking sterilization or not is not that we haven't enshrined the fundamental right to autonomous healthcare decisions. It's not a thing that happens. There are no 10-year-old boys sitting around with their Pokemon cards being like, you know what, that YouTube video was funny, but tomorrow I'm going to go get sterilized. That's just not a thing that happens. Something that does happen are adult women and people with uteruses who decide that they don't want children or more children, and they would like to get sterilized, and they're condescended to, saying, well, what if you change your mind? What if you meet somebody who wants children, this hypothetical person you're not even with that might want children, and won't you regret it? People have a right to make decisions about their own bodies. And something else that happens to young people is sometimes they get sick. And the health care that they need, whether it's radiation or chemotherapy, might have the secondary effect of causing them to be sterilized. And there are times when sometimes that health care isn't considered for those young people because it could cause that, even if that's the health care that will save them. And so I don't want us to live in a place that doesn't exist. I want us to live in reality where we do have a history of the government forcing people to get sterilized. And we have a not too far away history of some states forcing people to give birth. That is not going to be Minnesota. In Minnesota, we will not use the government to control your reproductive health care decisions based on the beliefs of the people in this chamber. In Minnesota, every Minnesotan gets to make decisions about the health care for their body, for their reproductive health care decisions, without the input of the members of this chamber. And we won't fearmonger about things that don't happen and aren't real in order to get rid of these fundamental rights. And so I would urge a no vote on this amendment and to just stay right here in this reality. Thank you.
Senator Wiesenberg, you're on the list.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would I would assume that 10-year-old boys sitting around playing Pokemon aren't thinking about getting sterilized, nor 10-year-old girls sitting around playing Pokemon aren't thinking about getting sterilized. So I see no reason we can't make an amendment to have no sterilization in these kids. If that is a thing that doesn't happen, there should be no reason we couldn't have that amendment. That is not speaking to this amendment, but I believe that may be one coming up soon. Thank you very much.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am strongly against anything that curtails the rights of minors, and I will tell you why. I've heard a lot of people here today suddenly talking about trafficking and underage kids and all these things to make political points. People who I have never actually heard express interest for these at-risk groups at any other time. Some of you may know I'm a foster parent. I have served 6 children through respite and full-time care since 2018. Prior to that, I spent several years as a court-appointed special advocate. I've done other work at a domestic women's shelter, which included children there, at a homeless shelter, specifically working with the children there. I have worked with some of these at-risk kids. I keep hearing people say, well, they just need to ask their parents. A lot of children do not have that option. Their parents are not around, their parents are not available, their parents are not stable. There are parents that would let their minor child die of an ectopic pregnancy, which, by the way, the outcome is always death because of the parents' medical beliefs that the child didn't share. There are parents that might have a child who has a cancer or whatever else who would need sterilization, who again might let their child die or risk death because of their belief. And that's if that at-risk child can even find a parent or a guardian or someone else to sign off. Children are raped at every age, to include infants. A girl I mentored bounced through 6 different foster families while going back and forth to her original family where her father continued to molest her every single time. And now you're asking a girl like that, if she happened to get pregnant, to have to go to the same parent and get permission to get medical care? Yes, parents should absolutely be a soft place for children to land. Yes, it would be wonderful if every child was able to trust their parent and know that if they went to a parent with a pregnancy, they weren't going to get beaten within an inch of their life or something worse. But the reality is those things happen. And so I trust that those children that are in those traumatic situations will find the best person for them to help them through that situation. But unfortunately, the sad fact is, parents and guardians do not always look out for the best interest of their children. And I have seen it my entire adult life again and again, in and out of the court system and with the abused and neglected children I serve. So I strongly am against anything that would take away the right of someone at any age to make critical medical decisions. And I implore people who don't actually have an interest in these children to quit using them as political pawns.
I'm going to my list, members. Just want to make sure that I'm being fair here. Senator Bowden. You are on the list, okay. Senator Grudenhagen. And I have you on the list, Senator Wiesenberg.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in support of this amendment. I think it's a small step to reducing the radical extremist of this bill. You know, Senator Kunish invoked my name and then talked about how certain men are sexually exploiting women. And I would just add, Senator Kunish, that there's really 3 primary things that I've come to believe that promote the exploitation, sexual exploitation of women. One is abortion. it sends a bad message to men that they can kill the consequence of the sexual exploitation of women. Second is pornography. Pornography objectifies women. It sends the wrong, absolute wrong message to men. And yet we live in a sex-saturated society. You can't hardly turn the TV on or listen to almost anything without women being objectified. So if you want to stop the exploitation, a good place to start is by putting strict limits on abortion and fighting pornography. Remember, members, it was 7 men, not 7 women, that legalized Roe v. Wade.
Point of order.
So what purpose do you stand?
Under Rule 36, Mr. President, that we should address the subject at hand, the amendment before us.
I'm going to caution the body, Senator, senators, we have to always make sure that we are addressing the matter at hand. I know that this is a very emotional topic, but we can't keep referring back just to our own narrative. We got to just deal with and debate the issue that is before us. That's the only thing I'm asking. Okay, Senator? Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate the advice. Again, you've got a difficult job, okay? But, you know, there's a third thing, too. It's in education, but I won't discuss that. That leads to the sexual exploitation of women. But this amendment, members, we stand up and say, well, it's optional now. Well, I've worked with government long enough to know that what is optional today is mandatory tomorrow. So we are on a path to eugenics, which was practiced in the U.S. in the late 1907 and 1930, even into the 70s. We had testimony about that. So don't think in a minute that there won't be lawsuits or action taken to make this mandatory. And that's what you have to understand. And one of the reasons this amendment is so important to add to this extremist bill. It's at least a small step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Riesenberg, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak to something I heard another member say about ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies aren't abortion, that would be health care. So it's not an abortion. You'll be able to continue to have your health care procedures. And also I have 3 children, so I'm speaking for my children, and I believe everybody else here that has children is speaking for their children. We're not using anybody's pawns. We're just concerned about our kids and all kids, and we want to do what's best for everybody. Thank you very much.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and namely Senator Lucero, I was thinking about your question regarding this amendment. As I was listening to the conversation and thinking about it a little bit more, I can see why you would raise the question, because the reference of abortion and the practice in Minnesota is that a parent is denied information if their underage daughter wishes to get an abortion. The question is not specific in the legislation before us, but I can only assume, since that's the practice in Minnesota regarding abortion, I can only assume that that will be the practice regarding sterilization, unless the author can tell me differently and point at it in her legislation. I can only assume that a parent will not be told when they're, let's say, a teenage daughter, underage daughter, or boy seeks sterilization without their knowledge. So I think the question should be to the chief author, is my summation incorrect? And if it is, could you point to it in the bill? I'll ask Senator McEwen to yield to that question.
Senator McEwen, are you willing to yield? You got to talk into the mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield, but I need the question to be asked again. A lot was said there. Thank you.
Members, remember that we talk in mics. Please don't yell in the chambers. Senator Limmer, if you're willing to re-ask the question, please.
Mr. President, I don't yell too much.
I'm sorry?
I don't yell too much, Mr. President. I may speak softly, and you'll have to ask me to repeat my question, as you just did. Senator McEwen, Senator Lucero and I have been having a rather public discussion here in the Senate chamber. I don't know if you've been listening to it. I think what he was really trying to ask of you is what will be the practice of the state of Minnesota in the event that a young person, someone under or a minor, wants to have a sterilization. Will they need to inform their parents? As you may know, the practice in this state, if a minor wants an abortion, they do not need to inform their parents of that abortion, and they can get it independent of parental advice. So the question comes up, and I think it's a reasonable one. In the event that a minor wants sterilization, are they required to inform their parent, or in your bill, will they be treated the same way that a minor can avoid telling their parent regarding abortion?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for the clarification on the question. As I have said repeatedly, this bill, the PRO Act, does not change current practice. We have also had a lot of discussion and discussed how this is, in many ways, the discussion itself is not based in reality. This is not what happens. And unless we're hearing that this is actually a thing, that a 10-year-old would come and ask and say, hey, I want to get us become sterilized. This is just a sort of hypothetical discussion that we're entering into that I just don't feel is very grounded at all. We've had some attempts to reground us, and we've also heard some really compelling information that people shared with us about reasons that some kids really shouldn't and can't trust the adults in their lives, certain adults in their lives, with really important things, including reproductive health care issues, and that those kids will seek out a safe adult, the safest adult in their life to be able to trust. But again, the PRO Act doesn't change current practice. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it doesn't change current practice, Senator McEwen, could you tell me what the current practice is?
Senator Limmer, are you asking Senator McEwen to yield for a question? Senator McEwen, will you yield for another question? She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so the question is, what is current practice? Again, I've also repeatedly said that I am not a medical doctor, so I guess I will have to defer to what the current practice is around this sort of fictional idea of a 10-year-old seeking sterilization.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm rather surprised that the chief author of this important bill, who continues to make reference to current practice, fails to know what current practice is. And that leads me to a very serious question, and that is, what other issues are we not going to get details on? I personally believe, as a parent myself, parents have a right to know what's happening to their kids. They have a right to know a medical practice. They have a right to know how to protect their children from any kind of abuse, even if it's self-inflicted. This bill does not go in that direction. I'm rather surprised, again, that the chief author does not know this question, despite the fact that she continues to reference it. The very reason why we should be voting for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I promise my comments are to the amendment. And I very much agree with what Senator Limmer just had to say about the fact that there are some things that it's just obvious that parents should probably know regarding their minor children. Not only that the child might be considering or doing it, but they need to know about it because of the ramifications that that child might have to live with as a result of that decision. I can speak from experience. As a minor, in order to join the United States Army at 17, I had to get the permission and the consent of my parents. The recruiters came to my house. They sat at our kitchen table. I begged and pled with my mom to agree to send me off to boot camp, basic training. And thankfully she allowed, but she said you got to go to college pretty quickly thereafter. That was the bargaining chip. So there are certain things that undeniably parents should know, be able to consent to, or have a conversation with their child about. And I would say in regard, it is heartbreaking to know and understand that there are children out there are minors out there that don't have, in some instances, an adult or a guardian they can turn to and trust that have their best interests at heart. But thank goodness that's a minority of children out there. And I would wager that the fact that those heart-wrenching instances exist shouldn't outweigh the right of other parents who are caring for their children and looking out for their best interests.
Point of order, Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point of order. I respect Senator Duckworth, but we are asking members to stay to the A120 amendment, which is not a parental notification amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you for the reminder, Senator Frantz. To the amendment. It's been said this just doesn't happen. That this is a made-up notion by Republicans that this could even be a potential. So my question would be, at what point does it no longer become fictional? Is it at age 11, age 12, age 13, 14, 15, 16? At what point is it no longer fictional? That minor children might be seeking to do this. And I ask that because one of the many issues that we've been discussing as a legislature over the most recent years is what certain kids might be beginning to experience and question about their bodies and some decisions they might make regarding it as a minor. So please don't try to let the public think that this isn't something that's not happening. These conversations, these thoughts, these considerations are running through the minds of minors in Minnesota, and that's why this bill should be very clear and specific about what's allowed and what's not allowed. And I think we've identified pretty convincingly it's not clear. And then it becomes incumbent upon us to vote yes for this amendment to add that clarity and to add that safeguard. So please, members, vote in support of this amendment. It's so common sense and reasonable. Let's do it.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Parr votes no. The secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move the A121 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the H121 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows, page 1, line 11. This is the A121 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A121 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I think the discussion on that last amendment about sterilization in general was quite useful and instructive, and I understand that the proponents of this bill don't think that's a big deal, and they were willing not to put any guardrails around on this topic, which I still think is an error. But for sure, I think that this amendment, which talks about allowing sterilization, except in cases where there's evidence that the person was sex trafficked and is a minor, would be a good reason to not do this. And Mr. President, I don't know if you know this, maybe you do, but Minnesota had the second most human trafficking arrests by state in 2019. Texas had 450, we had 188, and Texas is a lot bigger than we are. So we're on the winning edge of this discussion, Mr. President. And I think that would give us an idea that maybe this is not a pipe dream, and I'll avoid using the word something negative about it, but to paint this as a 10-year-old boy with his Pokemon cards is to minimize this whole thing and frankly disrespectful to the debate. This is not a false choice. This is not a false premise. And to the discussion that we passed, many of us have spent a good deal of our years worrying about this and putting forth efforts on it. And I think that a lot of us, be proud on a bipartisan basis. This has been very important. We have set up housing for young people. We've set up shelters and for people who are trafficked. And I think protecting these individuals from this situation is a big deal. And Mr. President, earlier I made an estimate about how many abortions are occurring under kids under young adults, minors under 18, and it's about 200 out of the 10,000.
And Senator Abler, that is to your A121 amendment, because
no, it's just a point of information I wanted to make sure people know. It's about 2%.
I would like for us to stay focused, please.
And so, very good, yeah. But there may be a relevant parallel. That's my bridge there to some of those, this bill has no guardrails at all. And not getting into the discussions about who cares the most or who's done the most or how minimal this little matter is. As I've read, talking to some of these individuals with a history, and they become adults and then they visit us and they chat about how it's gone. It was a terrifying time for them. They had no one to go to. They were the trafficked kids. Age of 14 is a really common one. Not 10, but 14 is a real number. 15 is a real number. 16 is a real number. And just because some of these individuals fled their father, who was not a good father, or their mother, who had their own problems, doesn't mean that there's a whole lot of parents out there, the majority, the overwhelming majority, who are good parents, who would give their lives for their child to succeed. And so just because that group exists as a good group doesn't mean we should not give deference to the group that's at risk. And so there are people who are sex trafficked. There are people who rely on a place to live if they're runaways. I'm involved with homeless youth. Some of them trade favors for a home. And so then they get pregnant. And then they go like, oh, I'm sick of being pregnant. And so they're in the hands of someone who is not a good person. As I mentioned before, Mr. President, the first incidence of any sexual intercourse, and I say that on the Senate floor, is with a person to their senior. And oftentimes, and as a 14, 15-year-old, this person is above the age of 18. And so they're at a disparate disadvantage with regard to who has power. And so, Mr. President, for that reason, I think this is the simplest of safeguards to put in here to protect this number of individuals, which is not zero. And Mr. President, I would request a roll call. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Any further discussions on the A-121 amendment? Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment. I understand what Senator Abler is trying to say with this. However, this exempts the most vulnerable among us from making their own medical decisions about their reproductive health. And so, members, I urge a no vote.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee would yield.
Who would that be?
I don't know. I'm asking you, Mr. President.
You didn't ask me a question. You said you wonder if they would yield, but you didn't ask me who it is. Would that be Senator Wickland? Okay. Senator Wickland, will you yield for a question? She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wickland. So, Senator Wickland, and I wanted to bring this up during the last amendment, but it's unclear how, if there are kids that are going to be sterilized, how they're going to pay for it. I was told that according to DHS, that medical assistance in Minnesota Care will only pay for sterilizations for people 21 and older. I guess, first of all, is that true? And Senator Wickland, what kind of light can you shine on that?
Senator Wickland.
Mr. President, Senator, I believe that the bill we're passing today is not changing current law. It doesn't change current law. It doesn't change what is allowed today. So I do not have any comment on a specific case of a situation that I don't believe is relevant to the discussion.
Senator Jaskowski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, that wasn't real helpful, but it sounds to me like current law tells us that minors can't get their procedure paid for if they're sterilized, Mr. President. So if this bill creates a fundamental right for kids to be sterilized, there's kids that are going to be caught out there and not being able to pay for this. We've created a real conundrum around this to begin with. So I think Senator Abler's amendments are very much needed. I don't know what else to say about this, Mr. President, except the fact that we've got a real conundrum here, and the bill that's before us is going to create all kinds of problems. It's so extreme, and it's reckless. It hasn't contemplated this reality, Mr. President. The majority in ramming this bill through has created a reckless approach and an extreme outcome that is going to be damaging for our culture and especially for the young kids. This is another example. We've got to figure this out, Mr. President, and this bill doesn't figure it out. It's not ready. I would encourage members to support the Abler Amendment.
We're on the A21 amendment. the A121 amendment to the amendment. Oh, it's the amendment. I'm sorry. Senator Abler.
Well, Mr. President, I was just trying to give you a sign. I'm happy to go last, but if somebody else wants to talk, I'll yield to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussions on the A21? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also stand in support of the Abler amendment. I just wanted to share a story from Dr. Brooke Bellow. She was the founder of More to Life, which is an anti-trafficking organization, and she actually received a Lifetime Achievement Award from former President Obama for her work in anti-trafficking. I think it's important. Her story has been very powerful in that she has shared on this very topic. She was raped at the age of 11, trafficked at the age of 15, and was forced to undergo multiple abortions by her trafficker. And she had said, when talking about this issue in another state, had my parents been notified, my mother would have been notified what city I was near. And she goes on to talk about how law enforcement and her parents could have helped her in the situation she found herself in. And to talk about the data that Senator Abler had mentioned when explaining the amendment, there's FBI data from 2019 that showed that Minnesota had the second highest number of trafficking arrests of any state. We were second only to Texas. And Texas, Mr. President, has 5 times our population. Parental notification could lead to the rescue of sex trafficking victims, especially here in the state of Minnesota. On average, the average age for a trafficked girl in the state of Minnesota, and this was actually brought before a committee of this body, is the age of 14. This is not just an abortion issue, Mr. President. This is a public safety issue. And the Abler Amendment would allow us to move towards a path of protecting individuals who are experiencing sex trafficking. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Senator Abler is going to be the last person, so I want to give everyone notice of that. All right, Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the thoughtful discussion from both sides of the aisle on this matter, and I think it is a big deal. And sometimes when things wind up on TV shows, it is real. There's a show called Yellowstone, which I have not seen much of, but I just happened upon one of them. And so in this situation, I don't know the young girl's name, she became pregnant by a farmhand, and they were out wherever they were, and they had a choice of going to Butte, where everybody knew her, I think it was, or this local clinic, which was more anonymous. The price of going to the local clinic was that she had to get sterilized. And so to avoid the embarrassment of going to where people would know her, she went and took advantage of both procedures at the urging of her brother. And that's just a fictional story, but very often, Mr. President, the things that wind up in movies are things that are what people are talking about, and I couldn't imagine how they thought of that in the plot line. But clearly somebody did it, and there must have been, it was just, I don't want that to come true. And the further story went down, and so she actually fell in love. I hope I'm not spoiling the show if you haven't seen that episode. But anyway, so she fell in love with the farmhand, and then they went off, and they were a happy couple, and she wanted to have kids, but then realized that she couldn't, and they were so mad at her brother for doing this. And the point of the matter is, Mr. President, is that making the right to sterilization a fundamental right in the hands of a situation where the person has been sex trafficked is not a good place to be. This is not, I won't look and see what the lowest number of arrests for sex trafficking was, but wherever that place is, they have a different problem than we do. But this is real, it's today, and this bill, as we talked before with Senator Kunish asked about sterilization, what would happen to somebody who's going to their doctor, still not a problem, and we're leaving that alone. Even that's okay, fine, don't do that. But in this one, Mr. President, really, this is just simple. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. The Secretary will take the roll. A roll call has been requested, a roll call granted. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, you look so disappointed. I would move the A122 amendment.
Senator Senator Abler moves the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File number 1 as follows. Page 1, line 11, delete, but is not limited to. This is the A122 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the bill is pretty short, but there's one sentence which I think should make it even shorter, which concerns me. And I don't even know the effect of it, which is why I'm asked, in a minute I'm going to ask the author to yield. And then maybe I'll ask even Senator Latz to yield so he can explain to me the impact of this if he's willing to. This amendment would simply delete lines, the partial sentence such on line 121 and 122, deleting, well, the whole paragraph says the Minnesota Constitution establishes the principle of individual liberty, personal privacy, and equality. I am all over that. That is like the best part of this bill. I think that's, if we just had that, and that'd be a really good bill. However, then it adds, such principles ensure the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. And I don't understand that part, and I think it may actually be misstating the Constitution. Doe versus Gomez allowed the right to abortion for people who are low income for therapeutic reasons. It did not enshrine abortion or reproductive freedom for everybody, and reproductive freedom is described elsewhere in the bill as the fundamental right to get all these opportunities. And I don't think those are in the Constitution, and I don't think it's the intent of this body to say that. And so I'm going to ask Senator McEwen to yield and tell me what it means, and then I'm going to ask her to tell me the effect, if this is actually going to affect anything besides a simple statement of purpose.
Senator McEwen, you've been asked to yield for a question. Will you yield? She will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. So I believe there's a two-part question. What does it mean and what is the effect? What this section of the bill refers to is this is a statement by the Minnesota legislature recognizing, as you said, that the Minnesota Constitution establishes the principles of individual liberty, personal privacy, and equality, and then goes on to state that such principles ensure the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. So what that means is it's us recognizing this fundamental principle that based on these constitutional principles, individual liberty, personal privacy, and equality, we state that these principles, such principles, ensure the fundamental right to reproductive freedom. It really is an affirmative statement of the foundation in our own state constitution for this fundamental right that the legislature is recognizing as well now in statutory law, and which the legislature has a purview to do. Thank you.
Senator Abler, did you ask for a roll call?
Thanks for reminding me, please. I was going to ask if I asked, but you already asked me if I asked, so.
So you have to ask. I'm just
Mr. President, would you please,
sure
I'd like a roll
stuff
call,
is correct.
please, Mr. President. So,
roll call vote has been asked, and a roll call has been granted. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, it's been reminded and then asked, so. That's partly helpful. If Senator May Quaid would, or actually, if Senator McEwen would yield, and maybe Senator May Quaid can give me a more direct answer. So, Senator McEwen, this is your bill, and you've spent a lot of time working on it and understanding it. And so, do you think that this statement is going to have any impact in any decisions made by, like, the Supreme Court or an appellate court or someplace? Or is this kind of just restating in kind of a, way also the statement ahead of it, which really doesn't say much of anything either. So is something going to change? Is a court going to read this and go like, oh, well, we need to pay attention to this sentence, which is more of a statement of purpose for the bill, or do you think it actually has real meat? If you would yield to answer me that question.
Senator Abler has requested that Senator McEwen yield for question. Will you yield? She will yield. Senator McEwen to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler, I believe that the PRO Act, and this section of the PRO Act, will help to inform future Minnesota courts that this legislature has affirmed that this is the law of our land, that in Minnesota, individuals have a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about their reproductive health care. So in the sense that any future court would decide that their reading, depending on who those justices were, did it include that right, then they will be informed that it was the finding of the legislature and placed in our statutes that, in fact, we do have those rights.
Senator Abler, to your A122 amendment.
Thanks, and I'm still trying to figure it out, and I appreciate that answer, and I know what you're hoping it does. Would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield.
Okay.
Senator Abler.
Well, basically, maybe you've listened to our discussion. So, Senator Latz, does this really do anything? This sentence here, is this going to make a difference in a judge ruling or not? That's my question.
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, I learned 34 years ago not to step into the shoes of a judge and presume that I know what they're going to do or how they're going to interpret anything. But I've been an advocate for 34 years, and I've encouraged them to take certain positions. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they disagree. But what I would suggest is that this would be an affirmative statement by the elected representatives of the people of Minnesota in the legislature, stating what we believe to be included in the fundamental rights within the Minnesota Constitution. Ultimately, the justices have the constitutional prerogative in the Supreme Court to interpret the Minnesota Constitution.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to offer my own opinion. I think it doesn't do anything. I think it's a statement of purpose, and I think when the judges look at this, they're going to interpret the Minnesota Constitution, which they did in Doe versus Gomez, and they felt there was they poured through that, and they came up with the Doe versus Gomez decision, narrowly focused on what they thought it did, independent of us saying that we say it establishes the principle of liberty. I have a feeling they're not going to give us any more liberty because of this amendment. I don't think they're going to give us any personal privacy because of this amendment. I don't think we're going to get any more equality because of that. And I think the principles that we are telling them that are there, they're going to find them or not. And I just think to make it cleaner that if this were taken away, it would actually maybe even emphasize the interest that we have on the equality and privacy and liberty part. So members, I think just to clean this bill up and make it do what you are trying to make it do and not muddy it with unnecessary words that I think are trivial, that we vote yes on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I would amplify my early remarks by stating that it would be up to the justices how what they think of what we have to say, but I think it's absolutely important that we say it. And they might well conclude that the statement by the elected representatives of the people is a valuable consideration as they interpret the state constitution. It's well worth us taking this step.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the Abler amendment. Mr. President and members, it's the judiciary's responsibility under the Minnesota Constitution to interpret the Constitution. The legislature does not have the authority under the Constitution to interpret the Constitution through statute. And for members who perhaps need a refresher, they can actually get their own copy of the Minnesota Constitution at the front desk, and I would encourage them to do so. Mr. President, I think the Abler amendment is clear. It actually stays within the boundaries of what this body and this legislature is allowed to do, and I would ask for member support.
Seeing no further questions, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Parr votes no. The secretary will close the roll. Seeing 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler?
Mr. President, I'm enjoying my time with you here, and this is actually I shouldn't even joke about it, but this is an extremely serious project, and I'm a little disappointed that we haven't been able to put a few safeguards into here, and I'm disappointed that we're not clarifying what the bill means. But I would like to move the A123 amendment, please, Mr. President. A123, Mr. President.
Senator Abler offers the 123 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows. Page 1, Line 2, delete fundamental. This is the A123 amendment.
Senator Abler to the 123 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, this takes the word fundamental out throughout the bill. I think we've been unable to figure out what the word fundamental means. All we hear is that nothing's changing from current practice. A person who wants to get a sterilization could get one before, they're going to get one now. We've been trying to put some guardrails around that. And I don't know what it means that a fundamental right to a minor to get a sterilization when they're sex trafficked that 33 of us wanted to put as a protection means, but it seems like it's a bigger ability than somebody who just has a right to it. And so I think you want to mean what you mean, Mr. President, and I think taking the word fundamental out actually improves the bill. It improves the focus. People will know what to expect without emphasizing in some word that nobody really seems to understand, at least based upon how the debate has gone so far. So members, I urge that we just clean the bill up and just get rid of that word and make it what you mean. Thanks.
Senator Aaron McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote. I know just enough about the law to be dangerous. I could play a lawyer on TV. But I do know this. When courts look at laws that are passed by the legislature, they apply different standards to those laws to judge them. There's rational basis, there's intermediate scrutiny, and then there's strict scrutiny. And strict scrutiny is the highest scrutiny that the court applies to a law. And they do that for our fundamental constitutional rights. And they ask questions like, is this law a compelling state interest? Is it the least restrictive law possible? So on and so forth. And you want the courts to ask those questions if they are looking at whether a law that infringes on a constitutional right, is there a less restrictive way to do it? And is there a compelling state interest for doing so? And what I can tell you, and I'm glad to be able to tell you this, is that the word fundamental is very important in this case because the Minnesota Supreme Court has said, we interpret the Minnesota Constitution to afford broader protections than the United States Constitution of a person's fundamental right to reach decisions about the reproductive health care. And further, we conclude that the fundamental right of privacy includes the protection over reproductive health care decisions. So the word fundamental is actually very critical here. And the Supreme Court interprets laws that we pass about abortion care and reproductive health care with strict scrutiny because it is a fundamental right derived from our fundamental right to privacy, much like our fundamental right of free speech, freedom of and from religion. That's the strict scrutiny that they apply to these laws. And so fundamental actually has a very specific and important meaning set forth by the Minnesota Supreme Court from the Minnesota Constitution. I believe we should leave it in, and so I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make sure that we had requested a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested, a roll call granted. Senator Abler? Or is there someone else before we vote?
Oh, yeah, I'll go last if anybody else wants to talk.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we get you last, Senator Abler, if that's okay. Seeing no one else, Senator Abler? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Accept my apologies. I didn't see you. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I was listening to the remarks from Senator McQuaid, she made reference to the Constitution, fundamental right to privacy, et cetera, et cetera. So it got me to thinking, when I think of, Mr. President, fundamental right, the first things that come to mind are the Bill of Rights on the United States Constitution as fundamental rights. We have something very similar in the Minnesota Constitution, many of those similar rights because they overlap. So, for example, the right to peacefully assemble, the right to religious liberty, the right to, in the Minnesota Constitution, we have a public school system for children. In our Minnesota Constitution, we have funding mechanisms for transportation. And so as I was listening to the comments from Senator McQuaid, a fundamental right in some of those cases that I just gave doesn't require the expenditure of taxpayer dollars. In two of those examples, for example, the Minnesota Constitution, they do require the expenditure of taxpayer dollars, a public education system and transportation. And so as Senator McQuaid was talking and equating fundamental rights to the Constitution, it brings up the question, will the rights in here as fundamental require the expenditure of taxpayer dollars? In other words, is it possible, under the plain reading of the language, that a fundamental right will mean that taxpayers must fund abortions for everybody? Does it mean that taxpayers, as I'm looking at the definition of reproductive health care, and Mr. President, just so you and the body is aware, my comments are directed to the word fundamental in the amendment that we're discussing. And I'm trying to understand what the word fundamental or the removal of the word fundamental would mean to the potential use of taxpayer dollars. And so the definition of reproductive health care includes preventing pregnancy, terminating pregnancy, managing pregnancy loss, improving maternal health care and birth outcomes. Reproductive health care includes but is not limited to contraception, sterilization, and there's a longer list. So if we leave the word fundamental in the bill, will it mean that taxpayers are going to have to now pay for everything in this list? Because it's a fundamental right, as Senator McQuaid just highlighted and equated to a constitutional right. So will taxpayers be having to now pay for the sterilization of minors? If it's a fundamental right, will they have to pay for contraception? Members, this bill is very extreme. It interferes with a parent's fundamental right over their children. So the Abler Amendment to delete the word fundamental and to delete but is not limited to is very much in order. I heard comments earlier on the floor in regards to children, and I take umbrage to some of those comments because my comments are directly focused to all Minnesotans, boys and girls, men and women, children. And those comments earlier were something to the effect of another member saying they've never heard some speak about or be concerned about children before. Well, I can tell you, Mr. President, in the other body, I was a member of the Public Safety Committee my entire time in office. And among the things that I was focused on were the protection of the minds, the bodies, the safety of children. And what this extreme Democrat bill does is muddies the water, because I've asked the bill author to yield and hasn't been able to answer several questions on what the impacts, the consequences of the bill language would be in certain circumstances. And having the inclusion of the word fundamental by interpretation will result in taxpayers having to pay for the items that are in this list. So members, we absolutely need to remove the word fundamental because we don't want taxpayers to be funding abortions for everybody. We don't want taxpayers to have to fund these other items that are in here: sterilization, contraception. So members, please support the Abler Amendment to make it very clear to the courts and to all Minnesotans that it is not a fundamental right for these activities, and taxpayers should not fund them in this extreme Democrat bill. Thank you.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I am, for one, really surprised that we don't want to fund maternity care, but I think that's just some people in this chamber. I want to be very clear. If you look at line 1.22, it says the fundamental right to reproductive freedom is ensured. Line 1.14 defines reproductive freedom. Every individual has a fundamental right to make decisions, autonomous decisions, about the individual's own reproductive health. So this bill sets forth the fundamental right for Minnesotans to make decisions about their reproductive health. Further, public insurance, private insurance, however a person is funded for health insurance, that should not dictate the kind of care that they get. We have funding that pays for abortion care and pregnancy care and maternity care and postnatal care and contraception and all of those things already in the state of Minnesota. That was what the Doe v. Gomez decision was about, that the government can't force people to give birth or anything else based on legislation. So this is what's already happening. We are putting into statute what the court has said that the Constitution says about our fundamental right to make decisions about our own bodies. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Before I go to Senator Limmer, members, I've been getting a note that viewers are asking you to ask members to take conversations off the floor, because I guess your conversations are bleeding into the telecast. So members, please be kind and take any discussions off the floor. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been listening to this question about fundamental right, and in subdivision 3 of the bill, it gives every individual who's pregnant a fundamental right to all reproductive health care, which would include abortion. But since this right is now deemed fundamental in the bill, it causes a disallowance of any protection for any unborn child at any stage until birth, unless we would vote for this amendment. So it's very critical when we talk about fundamental rights. This particular bill takes away the fundamental right of an unborn child.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've got similar thoughts to Senator Limmer. And I look at the drafting of the bill, and it's interesting, the authors of this bill construe the Minnesota Constitution in subdivision 4 on lines 1.20 through 1.22, and they talk about individual liberty, personal privacy, and equality without any particular citations of any parts of the Constitution specifically. And I look at Article 1, Section 7 of the Minnesota Constitution. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And members, when a woman is in the process of seeking care, and she's pregnant and seeking care, most physicians I talk to consider two patients, the mother and the baby, at the same time, equally considering both of their health interests through the care and treatment around the pregnancy. This discussion and the structure of this bill have contributed to a picture that forgets or attempts to forget one of those two patients, Mr. President, and that's the youngest one of them. Now, that patient's life is at stake. And that is what is being lost in this bill. And if we're going to have an amendment, or this is essentially a finding section, I agree with Senator Abler. There's nothing of substance there. It's a disguised findings statement, which many legislators try to avoid, and courts certainly don't appreciate. But we have to remember that there's another person here. And that's the one that can't defend themselves. And this Constitution, Mr. President, stands for them too. We should have an amendment that seeks to actually cite Article 1, Section 7 of the Minnesota Constitution and replace this language with that. That would be a better and more complete and accurate representation of the interests of our people in relation to the Constitution. Mr. President, I support Senator Abler's amendment and encourage others to do as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just a little bit of clarification here, I think, is much warranted. Tonight, I've heard that this is what is proposed today in Senate File 1 is codifying Roe. I've heard that today several times on the Senate floor here. I heard it from the dais yesterday. And I think it's important. Facts are our friends, folks. I think it's important, just indulge me, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I will be in favor.
Senator Nelson, I'm willing to indulge as long as we are on Amendment 123.
I
That's
am
our focus.
in support of 123, and I will give you the reasoning for that, which I think does get to much of the conversations that we've had in the last few hours. And one of the most important things to know is that Roe v. Wade did two things. And I think this bill, this is just looking at one of them. Number one, it stated that the United States Constitution protects a fundamental right of privacy. And that protects a person's right to have an abortion. And we've been talking about that today. But what we are also trying to speak to, Mr. President, through our amendments, is that the abortion right is not absolute. That was Roe v. Wade. I'm sure you would know that. Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court ruled that the abortion right is not absolute. And this is the most important sentence. It must be balanced against the government's interests in protecting health and prenatal life. I think it's very important that history be put front and center as we're discussing not just this amendment, Mr. President, but all of the amendments. It is that balancing between both the rights of the mother and the prenatal life. So I just want to make that clarity. I will be supporting the A123.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to remind people, as we talk about fundamental rights, Mr. President, about our Declaration of Independence. And I quote from the Declaration of Independence, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Now, among those three, I think the one we're talking about here today most is life. And what we're doing is basically denying life. Now, among that, as we noted, that once a child is conceived, I believe its government has an interest in its protection and well-being. And then to ensure that, for example, that economically challenged women, disadvantaged, are not exploited, children are not turned into commodities. What? You know, more fundamentally, we need to remind ourselves that no individual has the unlimited autonomy over making or taking life. And that's what we're debating here today. As we make life, now we're just saying, well, we're going to take that life. I think that's a problem. I think we have forgotten the fundamental right to life in this discussion. We have decided that life is not worth fighting for, that life is expendable. So, members, I think we need to go back and look at our founding fathers' discussion about our unalienable rights that were given to us by our Creator, which is, the first one as mentioned, is life. So, members, that's where fundamentally we should be talking about. And when we talk about fundamental rights, we have forgotten the fundamental right to life.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson brought up a really good point that as we're talking about the codification again of a couple of cases, important cases, Roe v. Wade and also Doe v. Gomez, it's important to go back to the holdings of those cases and actually look at that so that we can respond to what the proponents of the bill are actually saying it is. Let me briefly read here. The court in Gomez holds that our decision is only based upon the court's determination that a pregnant woman who is eligible, number one, for medical assistance, and is considering abortion for therapeutic reasons cannot be coerced into choosing childbirth over abortion. What we're seeing here in the particular bill in front of us is more than just abortion, as we've been over and over again. It's not limited to, right there the language we tried taking out earlier. It is not limited to contraception, sterilization, preconception care, maternity care, and other things. Folks, I don't know where the disconnect is. If you want to be honest, if you want to look at the bill and what it actually does, read the cases, read the holding, and it is clear as daylight that what Senate File or House File 1 is doing is enacting a radically new right, fundamental right, to access a wide variety of unlimited up to birth and beyond with sterilization, all sorts of different things. It is so far beyond these cases. So let's drop the facade that this is only codifying cases and realize that this is a new statutory scheme in front of us.
Any additional discussion? Senator Abler, you asked to be the last one before we vote. Is that right? All right, Senator Abler.
I think that's working out great. Thank you, Mr. President. So this has been a really good conversation, I think, and I think it shows that maybe it's not exactly clear what it does. I do have a couple of questions for the author, if Senator May Quaid would yield. Senator, sorry, you're not twins. I know the difference. Senator McEwen and, Senator May Quaid wants to pile on. She can too. She's been part of this discussion. So, so can you tell me the difference, Senator McEwen, between fundamental and inalienable rights?
Senator Abler, you're asking Senator McEwen to yield for a question?
I am pleased, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler, my understanding is that, as Senator May Quaid had said earlier, when we use the term fundamental rights, we're referring to a specific level of scrutiny that courts would apply in regard to analyzing statutory law. It's very important in that respect, and I assume that legal scholars could go into all sorts of depths about the difference between inalienable and fundamental in our laws over the years. But I'll leave that to them. Thanks.
Senator Abler, to your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I was feeling kind of good about your answer until you said the last phrase, like, we'll leave it to them. Mr. President and members, we are leaving this to the courts. When we have unclear language, when you have statements of prose that talk about equity and all that, which we all are all for, that are some thought expressed in a way that's kind of ill-focused. When we use the word fundamental, when we talk about not limited to, this is going to go to the courts. And there's going to be another Doe versus Gomez opinion. Now it's going to be Moe versus, somebody else. But that is going to create some conflict. And I think the clarity that you're seeking with this piece of legislation is not. When we cannot agree on what the fundamental rights to a minor are about if he or she want to go get sterilized, or if she wants to get an abortion, or if she wants reproductive care of some kind, and who they think is going to pay for it. And I think Senator Lucero is gone, but I think he was quite eloquent in wondering who is going to pay for this. I asked this question along the way. I said, so does this mean on this fundamental right to get these various array of services, and so if you have a high deductible plan, there's many high deductible plans, Mr. President, $5,000 and above, and you want to get a $2,000 amount of these services for whatever reason, and it's a fundamental right, and they haven't got the money, will there be a court case saying we have to pay? And we should just know that. Or no, I'm sorry, you have a right, you can go get it, but then you have to pay yourself. But for sure, as we talked about in medical assistance, where we expand the list of services that are currently not paid for, we know that calling them a fundamental right is, you just know there's going to be some decision that, the Doe versus Gomez 2-1 is going to say, just here's a little suffix to that, that now, yes, that has to be covered, and so now you're in medical assistance, and then in hindsight, they'll say, Abler was right, that should have gone to the Finance Committee and got a fiscal note. So that concerns me, and I do have another question for the Senator May Quaid. I'm sorry. Yeah, Senator May Quaid left the floor just to avoid me confusing the two of them.
Senator, I ask people not to even joke about another member's actions.
No,
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
I consider myself chastised, Mr. President.
I'm not trying to chastise you. I'm just trying to be fair.
You're perfect. I know. It's been a long day already, and there might be more ahead. So Senator McEwen, in section 16 of the Minnesota Constitution, it talks about freedom of conscience. And it says, there's a whole paragraph, but the part I'm interested in is, nor shall any control or interference with the rights of conscience be permitted. And I'm curious how the interaction of a fundamental right is going to interact with the nor shall any control or interference with the rights of the conscience be permitted to various individuals. And so if you would yield, I'd like to ask you about some classes of people.
Senator McEwen, are you willing to yield.
Okay.
She will yield.
Well, thank you. So a person who is counseling people and doesn't feel like they have it within themselves based upon their conscience to make a referral for an abortion. Are they going to be forced to make a referral for an abortion, or is the conscience clause of the Constitution going to supersede the fundamental right of that person to get the reproductive service of being counseled about where to get an abortion?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Again, the PRO Act does not change current practice in regard to these matters. Thank you.
Senator Abler, to the amendment.
That doesn't give me confidence, but let me ask a different question. So let's say there's a carrier that doesn't want to cover abortions, and there's some co-ops around there that would very much not be interested in covering abortions. And so they say, well, if you join us, you cannot get an abortion because we're not going to pay for it. And they know going in that they're not going to get paid for it. And so, Senator McEwen, if you would yield again, would you please tell me which supersedes that? Your fundamental right to get an abortion, as this bill would specify, or the right of the conscience, constitutional right of conscience of this particular co-op or insurance company? Do they have to offer insurance coverage in their plan?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. I see where you are going with this line of questioning, and I do know that we discussed a lot of this in committee as well. But again, my answer is going to be the same, and I'm sort of reluctant to just kind of keep taking these questions in this way, but the answer is that the PRO Act does not change current practice in regard to these matters. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not attempting to trip up the author on these questions. I'm attempting to get the intent of this bill, because it is going to be litigated. There are going to be cases, and somebody who can't get abortion coverage through whatever plan they have is going to sue somebody over it, and it would at least be helpful to know it's not the intent of this author or this body that the constitutional conscience clause be superseded. And Senator McEwen, I only have two more categories. And so the pharmacist who does not want to dispense most of the abortions are done by medication, and if they decline to fill it, as in the Anderson versus Aiken Pharmacy suit, which the pharmacist actually prevailed, the conscience clause was held, and they did not have to do it. Somebody else did it. So that was, I think, how it worked out.
Senator Abler, I would say that that's outside the realm of your 123 because we are not dealing with the pharmacist. Is that right?
No, Mr. President, it is actually. So my question is, does the fundamental right that you get here supersede that pharmacist's right to not do that, actually as proven in a recent case? That's my question. I just have one more after that.
Okay, you want to see if she's going to yield?
Would she mind yielding to that?
Senator McEwen, are you willing to yield? She will yield, Senator McEwen, to that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. The PRO Act does not change current practice in regard to this area.
Senator Abler.
Okay, and just my last one here. A Catholic hospital doesn't have to do abortions now, and so if you could just give me the shortest answer, Senator McEwen, that their right to have their conscience based upon their faith, et cetera, would not require them to change anything different than what they do now.
One friendly reminder, all questions must come through the President.
Sorry, Mr. President, you're well taken.
Senator McEwen, will you yield for that question? She will. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. The PRO Act does not change current practice in regard to these matters. Thank you.
Senator Abler,
Mr.
to the
President,
A123 amendment.
Mr. President, I hope the lawyers are listening. So it is the full intent of this bill to not change the conscience clauses of Section 16 of the Minnesota Constitution, as well as other federal laws which have been judged on that same topic. And just one final comment, Mr. President. She's not on the floor anymore, but there was a comment made about somebody doesn't want to fund maternity care. Mr. President, that is just a disrespectful comment and out of sorts. Minnesota is extremely generous toward funding maternity care to the people who truly need the help. We take our insurances, we go up to 400% to help people buy insurance, and up to 200% to buy Minnesota Care, and below that we help people, we pay for single adults, men and women. And you don't see one piece of legislation anywhere from the Republican side of the aisle trying to change $1 of that. So we're committed as a state, Mr. President. This is not a partisan matter. And so independent of the fundamental question, we are fundamentally committed to the welfare of Minnesotans. And Mr. President, with that, I ask people to vote yes on the amendment. Thank you very much.
The Secretary, a roll call has been requested. A roll call has been granted. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no. Members, will you vote, please?
I'm going to call her. No, I'm going to call her. I was waiting for this break. It's stress cost. I'm going to start going. What, this failed? We're so close.
The Secretary will close the roll. Seeing 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. We are still on House File 1. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've heard a lot today about what this bill creates, a bunch of entitlements to do things that many of us wonder about what the implications will be. We don't even know how much this is going to cost. We've heard Senator Abler talk very clearly about that. I brought up the fact with sterilizations that Medicaid is not going to pay for that for minors. We heard Senator Lucero talk about the unfunded entitlements that are going to be coming forward because of this bill. And, Mr. President, we don't even have a fiscal note for the bill. We have a reckless process to advance an extreme bill. An extreme bill, and the extreme agenda of Minnesota Democrats is included in this bill. And the bill before us has that. We don't have answers, Mr. President. We don't even have a fiscal note. Mr. President, I move to refer this bill to the Finance Committee so that we can finally find out what it is that this is going to cost, who it's going to affect in terms of paying for it, where the money's going to come from, where the gaps are in paying for certain parts of it, all the uncertainties that the reckless and extreme Democrat agenda have created with this bill, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski, I was just conferring with the desk. This has already been acted on by the body today, from my understanding. So we do not do the same action over and over again on the same day. Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, I don't think we've had a motion to refer it to the Finance Committee. I think someone was trying to invoke another rule that requires that, but I didn't hear a motion.
My understanding is that under motions and resolutions, Senator Johnson moved to refer it to finance. Because there was a motion to adjourn, and then there was also a motion to move it to finance. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you. Point well taken. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the, I got to make sure the number here, Mr. President. I believe it's the A71. The A71 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A71 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment. Senator Klein?
Roll call.
For what purpose do you rise?
Roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call vote has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Jaskowski, we're going to have the Secretary report the amendment before you talk. Okay, sir?
Senator Jaskowski moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows. Page 1, line 14, delete individual and insert woman. This is the A71 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your amendment, to the A71 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have before us, this bill is so extreme and was written so quickly that, Mr. President, there's just a simple grammatical error in the bill that this amendment fixes. If we draw our attention to 1.14 and 1.15, it says every individual has a fundamental right, and then the next line says decisions about the individual's own reproductive health. Mr. President, this amendment changes individuals to women's. I think women are the only ones that can have babies, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski, thank you so much. Any other discussion on this amendment? Has a roll call been requested? Yes. Roll call has been requested. That's true. Senator Klein requested a roll call, and that was granted. Seeing no other discussion, the Secretary would take the roll.
Mr. President, I think there's somebody over here.
Mr. President, can we hold off on the vote till we see the bill? We haven't got a copy of it yet.
The bill? What do you mean?
Excuse me, the amendment.
It is not online? I'm sorry. Let's disregard the vote because I want to make sure that it's online. Is it there?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? The Secretary would take the roll.
Mr. President, I'm standing.
I saw you point that way. I thought you were deferring to someone or wanting to make sure that they got the information. Do you want to speak?
I would.
Okay. So I want to make sure that no one else wants to speak and let you speak last. Is that okay? Because that's also what I was doing with Senator Abler.
Yeah, point of order.
I am going to instruct the Secretary of the Senate to remove the roll so that we can make sure that individuals have an opportunity to speak. But members, I'm still trying to be patient. So I want to make sure that all the information is there, and once that information is there, the author of the amendment is going to be the last person to speak. And I did hear someone stand for a point of order, but I didn't see you. Okay, are we okay now? Anyone else wants to speak to this amendment? Senator Jaskowski, you're the last person to speak before we vote.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think it's important that we be accurate with this legislation. We know it's extreme and it's off the rails, even that the language isn't proper in the amendment or in the bill. So this corrects that. I think we should recognize the fact that that women are the ones we're talking about here that have this reproductive right because they're the ones that have the babies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Roll call was requested. Roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll.
Bobby's going to smile when you see you standing up there. Because he missed you. Oh, I just had to think of a little bit. Seventh inning stretch. Actually, second inning stretch. go call Barb. Oh, yeah. She go out in the back. There's nobody else.
Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pa votes no.
All those who voted, Senator Pa votes no. All those who voted who had a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the moment to take an amendment off. I'd like to move the A101.
Senator Abler offers the A101 amendment.
What's that?
The Secretary will report the A101 amendment. Senator Abler. Oh, sorry about that. The Secretary needs a report.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 1 as follows. Page 1, line 13, after the period insert. This is the A101 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A101 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. If we would have adopted the earlier useful amendment to not limited to, then this wouldn't be necessary. However, this talks about surrogates and contracting or being a surrogate. And so the amendment simply says that reproductive health care does not include serving as a gestational surrogate or contracting for the services of a gestational surrogate as an intended parent. And so this is a very controversial topic, Mr. President, and there's been bills over the years, and if we ever decide we're going to do this, it's going to be after many hearings and a lot of input from many groups about so many angles. And so I'm concerned that under not limited to, that this might just be a backdoor way to let surrogacy come to Minnesota without any regulation and without any input and a consensus about where surrogacy should indeed go. And so that's my intention. And so if Senator McEwen would yield, please.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
So thank you. Could you offer me comfort that reproductive health care does not include this various surrogacy concerns of mine?
Senator McEwen, to the question. We're on the A101 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Again, the PRO Act does not change anything that is currently in practice in regard to our reproductive health care rights. It merely enshrines those rights as they are acknowledged in our law today and the practices that are occurring today. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't give me the comfort I want. This bill offers men and women of all ages the fundamental right to not limited to. And so not limited to could be so many things, including surrogacy. And so I would love to have somebody who's a patron of this bill, who's somehow involved, assure me that this does not include that. Would Senator May Quaid yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator May Quaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator May Quaid.
Well, thank you.
Senator Abler.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and Senator May Quaid, you're clearly a proponent of this bill, and that's just a statement. So, in your opinion, does not limited to include gestational surrogacy and related matters, or would you say that's not part of reproductive health care?
Senator May Quaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think we should be really, really clear. Being a surrogate And accessing health care for pregnancy, whether you are the surrogate or the intended parent or the person who is pregnant that is going to remain the parent, are two wildly different things. What the PRO Act does is ensure that every Minnesotan has access to and has a fundamental right to make decisions about their reproductive health care, whether they are a surrogate or a pregnant person who's going to become a parent, or a pregnant person who's going to place their child for adoption, or a pregnant person who's going to have an abortion, or a person who would like to access contraception, or a person who would like to be sterilized. This has nothing to do with the contracts that people enter into for surrogacy, but yes, surrogates are still able to make healthcare decisions for themselves, but nothing in the PRO Act requires people to become surrogates. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I just thought this was almost technical. And I am extremely concerned that not limited to could actually include the practice of surrogacy, both as a intended parent or as a person who's a surrogate. And I do not think that is the intention of anybody in this chamber, Mr. President. And so I don't know who else to ask. And so apparently the answer from Senator May Quaid is if the woman who is going to be a surrogate needs health care, then, or various things, or she can even get an abortion, which would kind of defeat the whole purpose. But so then she could get the health care she needs, which I absolutely want her to get the health care she needs, however she happened to become pregnant.